all means to cover that gap. We need to try by all means to make sure that our young people from Africa are capacitated and knowledgeable on, transparency issues, not only transparency issues, but most negotiated thematic topics within the UNFCCC. If we equip our young people, we are very guaranteed that definitely they will make a change and there will be the solutions to the problems that we are currently facing in Africa. Thank you.
What do you see as the challenge with the young people that you train at the university, and what could young people do, especially in enhancing climate action, be it at the university level?
Climate justice is about leadership. And that means we must think how we train them as transformative leaders early enough. University level is very good. But what about if you train them early at the primary school, so that they know that there are issues that actually need to deal with that will affect their future? And that way then, they start taking the leadership quite early, and they're actually able to deal with it.
And I think one thing I want to encourage young persons is to break also the bureaucracy that we even see the older generation, practice. We need to open the space. The sky is big enough. We need to open the space and be able to accommodate every person's voice. I'm aware of platforms that could influence policies. You have even the Pagja platform, the Young Digital Activist, is one very important platform that has caused tremendous change when it comes to policy advocacy. I'm aware there's AIC, there is Yongo. These are regional platforms. And at our various national platforms, you have movement of young persons. Well, for me, the most important one I think could work is young persons coming together, just like Julius had mentioned, identifying your passion, and then trying to build that passion. And then you begin to see how your passion is speaking as a platform for you. And then you start identifying those persons who you think can actually help you influence what you want to see when it comes to the context of climate justice.
Young people are the human capital that we have in Africa, and for us to achieve climate justice, then young people have the biggest role to play, and being on the front line advocating for these issues. Networking, how we even advance the skills that we have on our online platforms, exploring platforms that exist and others that do not exist. We have various opportunities for us to engage. We have various opportunities for us to tap into. We have platforms where we can access resources, even amongst ourselves, in driving this agenda. I know all of us want to participate in policy issues at the international level, but the small bits of issues that we do at the local level, they are equally highly important, because even as you advocate at the international level on policy issues, I think it's important you come from a background. You have best practices, cases that you can share on what can work, what cannot work, and what Africa can do, especially in advancing climate action.
When you begin looking at climate change and its impact, then you begin to see the realm of violations of human rights that is there. But in interaction with those people who are closely affiliated to the negotiation, the human rights discourse is not accepted. So as we even pursue matters around climate justice in all spaces,
good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning.
Ensure that the climate
Hello.
justice narrative, the human rights narrative.
Can you have the video off? First, let me begin by calling Mr. Joseph Murithi Getao. You lost your document here. A very important document. Joseph Getao. Kindly see me. I have an important document that belongs to you. I hope you had a wonderful night and you're set for the day. You are fresh. I want to greet you in an African way. If I say Hunjani, you should answer. You should know how to answer. Hunjani. Hunjani. Clap for yourselves. That's great. You have learned some African language, okay? Now, let me invite somebody, either Christian or a Muslim, whichever faith you are, to come and dedicate this day before you, before God, before our God, okay? Who can pray for us this morning so that we can begin the day in a beautiful way. Clap your hands together for our bishop. She's coming to pray for us. Bishop, come and pray for us. Clap, clap, clap for the bishop. He's coming to pray for us. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Praise Jesus. Praise Jesus. So it's a beautiful day that God has given us, and we bless Him for it. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this wonderful morning with our hearts full of thanksgiving. We humble before you, God, this wonderful morning, God, exalting your name, God, because you're worthy, you're mighty, God, and there's none, God, to be compared with you, mighty King of glory. We thank you, God, for the gift of life. We thank you, God, for preserving us, oh God, for our nations, oh God, for the glory in the name of Jesus. May all the glory and honor be back unto you in the name of Jesus. Thank you also for the protection, oh God, that you have shown unto us, oh God, since we began this summer school, oh God, up to this time, God, that you're continuing, oh God. We thank you and we bless your name, King of glory. We want to dedicate the day of today, oh God, unto your able hands, oh God, whatever we're going to be doing, let it, oh God, help us, oh God, and help the generations to come through us in the name of Jesus. We exalt your name, God, and we give you all the praise. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I pray, trust, and believe. Amen.
Wonderful. Were you blessed by the prayer? Yes. Perfect. So she taught me some times ago when I was a member of a congregation that the end of a matter is always better than the beginning, okay? As we're heading towards the end of this program, I'm sure that we are realizing that it's becoming better and better and better. Isn't it? Eh? Yeah, and you are getting more enlightened, getting more equipped, getting more prepared for the life out there, isn't it? And today is not the exception, okay? To help moderate this day is none other than Duncan Umwami. Your hands together for Duncan Umwami. Your hands, you don't have hands? Oh, okay. We want to minimize pollution. Flowers. Welcome.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to thank you for all the time that we've been together and having to be good participants of this summer school. Today we're coming to the 10th day of this summer school. At the peak of it, as we want to come to finish, today we are going to have very nice interactions. And maybe before we start our day, before I welcome the speaker of the day, allow me acknowledge the presence of Dr. Godwin Ojo, who is here with us, Professor Julius, who is here with us, and I don't know if Professor Chinedum is already in, but I believe he's with us here. As we want to start the day, maybe in a special blessing, before we start, Professor Julius, can we welcome you, say a word before we start, please? Yeah, maybe the support team for Mike, but you can join us, please.
Good morning, everybody. What do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? When do you want it? Okay, thank you so much. This is a surprise, actually. I was not expecting to be given the floor to talk. It has been difficult for some of us who are so very active in this field to follow the program because we know it is for the youth, and it's a type of thing where we want to talk from day one to the last day, but we understand that we have to be giving the floor always to the youth to talk. I'm particularly very, very impressed to be here, very, very happy. We have been driving this cause for climate change, as I showed you yesterday, since 1997. I don't know whether some of you were born. 1997, we have actively been in the field, although at the level of the laboratories. And we thought that it is only in the laboratories that we can change the narrative. But when I came here from Kigali, I noticed that the fight for climate justice has to be done by so many experts, so many people of different fields, journalists, lawyers, psychologists, and who are you? Yesterday, I even noticed that there's a computer technician, a computer programmer amongst you. So I've learned a lot by coming to this course, and now it will change my idea of looking at things. I now know that everybody has to put their hands on deck for us to win this course. I am also particularly very happy that PACJA did not select adventurists. From your interventions, from the questions you were asking, I was wondering, is this the person who can really be raising such a point? You can still arrange something like this somewhere, and it's tourists who come. All the time they are outside trying to look at one or two things, visiting parks, visiting things, and you find it difficult to keep them here. But we saw that the people who came were very, very committed. Very, very committed. When I looked at the interventions that some of you were giving, I was really touched. Again, my first time of talking to a class from maybe 47 countries. And I look at that as a serious achievement. I'm so happy that my message, even if it did not go through, the lecture I gave is in your forum. I sent some videos there too, and the idea is that let us all try at our own level to see what we can do. That thing is not reserved for engineers, it's not reserved for people who have studied to a particular extent. As I said, sometimes when I went to Europe, I was taught by people who know nothing in engineering, but who simply believed what they were taught in secondary school. Science is there. What you were taught, if you try to experiment it today, you see that it works. And you can take it to an industrial or semi-industrial level to solve this issue of climate change. Now, we went to that farm. I have the moral obligation as a university professor sometimes to correct the impression or correct the ideas that people are giving to you, whatever the case. Now, we saw this water harvesting system in which that water was running on a muddy or dusty highway, and the water was used to irrigate vegetables. The question we immediately asked was, which irrigation system are you using? And they said sometimes they are using a watering can and so on. Now, I want to tell you that as you are going home, take this. You cannot use that water to irrigate vegetables by watering cans. Somebody asked a very intelligent question. Is which irrigations are nematodes, worms, and other diseases that are swept by that water? If you take it and put on your vegetable, you should wait for reaction from your stomach one day. So we are suggesting that when you do a system like that, you use drip irrigation. Locally, they had drip irrigation, but I don't know how so that the bad quality water is delivered directly into the root zone. It doesn't touch the leaves. So don't go and practice something like that, because it can, especially in a community where people like to eat things half-boiled, maybe raw, lettuce, cabbages, teas, it is not good. That's one of the things I just wanted to share with you. Secondly, another point is the plant we saw yesterday. The solar plant we saw yesterday was producing 10 kilowatt, and the installed capacity is 100 kilowatt. It is a cause for concern. It's a cause for concern. And I try to suggest that we should clean up the panels so that if you clean up the panels, maybe you can go to 30 or 40 or something like that. So we should take that home. There are so many institutions, especially in Israel, that are studying desert dust, characterizing it to be able to manage solar panels. So you can do an installation like that and then it will not work just because there's dust on it. We have the same thing in my university where these people are coming to do the same installation. And I can already tell you here, that is clean carbon fund. That project is a clean carbon fund. Maybe the people in Kenya do not know, but I know it, knowing the way it functions. So many of us have been asking, how do we get this money? How do we do this? How do we do that? But that's a clean carbon fund. And remember what I told you, when you are mounting up projects, let them be investment. Investment. The project is done by Électricité de France, by a company. They will be paid by Électricité de France, and Électricité de France will be paid by the French government. The French government knows where they are taking that money. So if you want to get the carbon funds, that is, try to find out where this is. So thank you very much. I will give the floor back. He has been signaling me every time that I should cut it short. But just one small thing I want to say. There's a cap I wear here very often. That cap is worn in Cameroon by notables, people with some traditional title. My own came from the things I did in the rural world with chiefs, palaces, and so on. And then when you have that cap, and when you start talking, the time allocated to you is over when you have stopped talking. Nobody can come out and say, please, your time is up. Thank you. What do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? Thank you.
That's so beautiful, Prof. At times it's hard to moderate our professors, but thank you, Prof, for taking that in. Today we are going to have interactive sessions where we are going to start with politics and economics of renewable energy development in the context of Africa. Then after a break, we are going to have environment, demographics, health, and climate justice. Later in the day, we're going to have gender perspective in climate justice. And as we are going to close the day, we are going to have linkages between SDGs and climate justice. So it is with my request that I want to introduce our own, who is Robert Mudhami. Robert Mudhami is a climate policy specialist with over 10 years experience in local, national, and regional level. He currently works as an advisor, a senior program advisor at FES, the Kenya office, and coordinates work on socio-ecological transformation. He is equally a board member of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, which is PACJA, where we are today. And in addition, he honors to be a member of the management board appointed by the Governor Makueni County on Climate Change Fund. And equally, he's a so-learned friend who holds a master's degree in a master's in art degree in environmental policy from University of Nairobi, and a bachelor degree in environmental science from Kenyatta University, and a postgraduate diploma in project management in Kenya Institute of Management. It is with all my powers confined to me that now allow me welcome our own Robert Mudhami to take the day.
Good morning. Good morning. We are still energetic. Yeah. Thank you very much for the invitation and also the platform to share my insights on the politics and economics of renewable energy in Africa. I know in the past few days, you've looked at climate justice in general and also looked at even the just transition aspect that I'll touch at some point, especially in trying to see then the pathways that we can pursue from an African continent with regards to renewable energy in Africa. I want to first look at why energy matters, and even from a political and also development perspective in the African continent, but also look at where the challenges are in terms of financing renewable energy in Africa. I know we have countries that have extractives, like for example, Nigeria, South Africa, amongst others. And we still have challenges in terms of then how that transition could look like. Yeah, so this one is not working. Yeah, so I think as a background on why energy matters, energy, of course, is a key driver for economies and also sustaining societies, because where we live where we live and also what we do in our daily basis in our homes, basically we use energy. And also the kind of economics that we're building in our countries, they are driven by energy. But from a climate change perspective, energy use and also production is a key driver or a biggest contributor of climate change. And therefore, within the momentum in accelerating climate action and also limiting greenhouse gas emissions and also transitioning to low carbon development pathway in our economies, then addressing climate crisis is of much importance. But if we are to do that, then we must ensure that we cut emissions in the energy sector. More than a billion people still lack access to electricity, while 3 billion rely on dirty fuels like charcoal and animal waste for cooking and also eating. And this is also particular. We have such cases also in Africa, but our challenge is to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels, because as many countries in Africa, as we highly transition into renewable energy, or we have high investment in renewable energy, we still rely on fossil fuels to drive our economies. But there is a growing sense of urgency to address the climate crisis. We're talking about the 1.5 Paris goal. We're talking about even within the United Nations Convention on Climate Change and within the climate change negotiations, we're talking about even the net zero emission pathway, which sometimes is very debatable on whether it's applicable to our economies in Africa as we develop. But still in Africa, we still have unexploited resources. And we're still facing a big percentage of our economies underdeveloped. Then how do you balance between investment in renewable energy and development? That we should enhance quality education in our own countries, we should enhance infrastructure in our own countries, yet we do not have the required resources for us to pursue that development pathway. So that balance is also a political aspect that we have to look at. And substantial wealth, a proportion of the carbon wealth, could become an economic if to extract in the process, we continue pursuing the carbon development pathway. Because if we have oil exploits, for example, in Nigeria, if we have coal deposits in Kenya and even other countries, and we committing to pursue the implementation of our NDCs that basically speak into even reducing emissions that are quite low in our countries, that means that then we might forgo exploration of our mineral resources, coal and other fossil fuel. And basically that's what we call the stranded assets. The pursuit for climate justice, the pursuit for low carbon development pathway means that we will leave a lot of resources unexploited. And basically, stranded assets mean that these are assets that are devalued before the end of economic lifetime or can no longer be monetized due to changes in policy, and that policy is basically the climate action policy that we're pursuing. And just to look at the Africa's role and where we place Africa with regards to resources in the world, you'll find that we have around 11,340 metric tons of gold. That is 20% of the world's contribution to the global minerals. 52% of diamond in the whole world as Africa. Cobalt, 73%, platinum, 83%, 76% manganese, that's 2% of bauxite and alumina. And this speaks a lot with regards to the place of Africa, especially in extractives. Then the Africa's share of the global minerals production in 2018. If you look at where Africa is and the rest of the world with regards to even gas, oil, titanium, and also manganese and other minerals, you will find that we have a huge percentage of minerals across Africa. But with the pursuit for low carbon development pathway, then we will forego extraction of these minerals that are supposed to drive our economy. But we still have a challenge with regards to how the investment in renewable energy is being done in Africa, but I'll come to that. So the inequality aspect and the legacies and the possible futures and the risk of the stranded assets is compounded by how we understand where we stand in terms of the kind of investment that we have in renewable energy. Also the poor levels of domestic development vis-a-vis the kind of resources that we have as a continent, and who is exploiting our resources in the African continent. By 2015, and research actually done by the United Nations University, only 6 of the 600 of 500 plus companies, 6 were just from Africa who could explore mineral resources from the African continent. That means that we had only around 6 companies in Africa who can only exploit the kind of resources that we have as an African continent. Yet, we have companies from outside who are exploiting our resources. So that means that we don't have the capacity to even exploit what we have. We still need to build the capacity of our people so that we can actually benefit from the resources that we have. So the big question is, who is really benefiting from the resources that we have as a continent? The colleagues from Nigeria and other countries that are really exploiting, they will tell you that even they don't see that oil in Nigeria. Oil is actually very expensive for the common person in Nigeria, yet they exploit oil. So who is really benefiting from the resources that we have as a continent? This map tries to show the levels of poverty and Africa's living in extreme poverty despite the kind of resources that we have as a continent. I'm not very good in colors. The color that is actually quite magnificent there means that a big chunk of our population in African continent is actually living in abject poverty. The one that is close to orange means that we will not meet our SDG target. All of us have aligned our development priorities to the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030. And that means that we are not even close to meeting our SDGs if we continue with the kind trajectory that we have as a continent. Yet, we are a continent that has a lot of resources. So the issue here is, yes, we're pursuing a low carbon development pathway. We have resources. We are supposed to invest in renewable energy. Where do you draw the line? on investment in renewable energy and extraction of our own resources for our own development as a country. And that's where the economics and also the political issues around extraction of renewable energy comes in. And the African response, how do we respond to the stranded assets discussion from the African continent? Number one, we have committed that for us to achieve the Paris Agreement, we must forgo the kind of resources that we have that we term as non-renewable resources. And African economic growth trajectory is at a great extent dependent on some of these resources because we have huge chunks of renewable energy, but we still depend on some of these non-renewable energy sources. Because the resource exploitation that we have as a continent is benefiting the foreign countries or the elite and not the access to our communities where we come from. So many of the resource-rich countries in Africa have still not been able to capitalize on the resource rents in a ways that could serve the broader development. But our resources have been stranded in the sense that the colonial period onward, we may not get to exploit what we have at the moment, not unless we become radical in the climate change aspect. But that also depends on how we perceive or we want to look at the world in the next few years to come. So Africa is at crossroads, and our governments are actually caught between the two agendas. Meeting the development agenda at the national level, how do we provide infrastructure, how do we provide medical quality healthcare, how do we provide quality education for our own people in our own countries, but at the same time, the climate action ambition. Our NDCs are very ambitious. We rushed when we adopted the Paris Agreement. I think in the African continent, we rushed to adopt the Paris Agreement. We developed NDCs that are very ambitious. If you look at the African continent, and I know from last week, all of us know that we basically around 3.8% contribution of the total greenhouse gas emissions is from Africa. That's quite negligible. But our NDCs also have a mitigation aspect. Like in Kenya, for example, we say that we are going to cut down our emissions by that 2% by the year 2030. It will be very interesting if you look at even the NDC in Somalia. Somalia, a country that is faced with other challenges, climate crisis, issues of political instability and insecurity, and even the other crisis that came recently, the COVID-19, also wants to cut down emissions. And other countries in Africa that are actual LDCs. So if we are working on the mitigation aspect, and of course adaptation is a key priority for all developing countries in Africa, that means that then we will be torn between our development, using the resources that we have, and also the transition to low carbon development pathway. So climate change in general is known as a driver of asset stranding. We will not be able to exploit the resources that we have. But what alternatives do we have? Do we have much of the renewable energy resources in Africa? Yes, we have. But the exploitation and the investment in renewable energy is a key challenge. So looking at the vulnerability of climate change in Africa, 9 out of the 10 countries in Africa are actually very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Look at countries like Madagascar, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Burundi, Congo, DRC, Guinea, Liberia, very vulnerable countries that also have resources that they can exploit. But these resources, they are not going to exploit 100% because of the ambition that we have put in place of addressing the climate crisis. So powering Africa, how do we power Africa that is rich of renewable energy resources? And we are very rich in solar, wind, hydropower, geothermal power, and other resources in the region. But we still have around 600 million people from African continent, or 2/3 of the continent, that still live without access to electricity. That is the discussion of the energy access in Africa. If we are going to address the key challenge of energy in Africa, let us talk about access to our vulnerable communities. And that kind of decentralization will help us understand where the bottlenecks are, who is actually driving the renewable energy agenda in Africa. So Africa, for it to develop, of course, we need adequate and also reliable electricity to power our industries. Our countries are developing, and the more demand for power within our countries. But the access to electricity is an important indicator of how the power sector supports national development. If you look at this, it tells you or speaks largely on the Africa's potential to power itself. We have that potential as the African continent to power ourselves. But do we have the capacity to exploit the resources that we have? Do we have the technical aspect? Do we have also the financial muscle to extract what we have as a continent in driving an industry or an economy that is based on renewable energy that is quite in excess in the African continent? Also on this speaks a lot also on actually the capacity that we have as an African continent. This is from Irina. You can look at this later. Irina gives you the capacity that we have as a continent to even look at our own renewable energy resources within the African continent. The second map basically speaks on the generation. How much are we able to generate from solar? How much are we able to generate from offshore and also onshore wind, and the hydropower from the African continent. So the renewable energy transition discussion in Africa. One, a renewable-based energy transition promises to deliver vast socioeconomic benefits to countries across Africa, and also improving the energy access, creating jobs, and boosting the energy security. And I know Eugene talked about the just transition aspect with regards to the energy sector. If we are going to invest in renewable energy in the African continent, we must ask ourselves, where is the technology for renewable energy coming from? How many of us have solar technologies in our own countries? Wangapi? How many? Solar. Do you know where those solar panels are made? Where are they made? Do we have the potential in Africa to even make our solar panels? Then why is it not happening? I'm coming to that. So, so basically, we as Africa can develop our own energy technologies, and also invest much in developing the kind of technology that we want. But to realize these benefits, African countries have an opportunity to leapfrog the fossil fuel technologies to a more sustainable, climate-friendly power strategy aligned with the Paris Agreement to a low carbon growth. So as we have a lot of non-renewable resources, but we also have a lot of renewable energy resources that we can actually utilize as we transition to low carbon development pathway. The how is the problem, and the economics on this and the politics on the funding and the donor engagement in the renewable energy discussion in Africa is a key challenge. So renewable energy in Africa is actually more about climate change. And you'll be surprised, yes, at the international level, we're talking about phasing out or phasing down fossil fuels. But what goes on in our own countries is more than addressing the climate crisis. There is a lot of interest in renewable energy because of the different interests that our donors have. So there is the aspect of the universal access, the aspect of decarbonization, promoting access to energy, and that is the political initiative for energy transition. If we have to provide the energy access, decarbonization, then we have to work a bit in terms of promoting access to energy, and also the strengthening and modernizing the grid, and also supporting the capacity that we require for innovation, and even our people to tap into jobs that come with renewable energy. So I want to give the case for Kenya, especially as a key front runner in renewable energy. I think our president has spoken even at the international level on the investment that, for example, Kenya as a country has on renewable energy. And basically as a country, we're saying that by the year 2030, we will be 100% dependent on renewable energy. We say that we at 90%, we already have around 90% investment in renewable energy. Hydropower, geothermal power are the biggest or the largest sources of energy, but the country still has a big potential for wind power and also solar project. But like also the other sub-Saharan countries, we also have pressure from donors to even liberalize of our power sector. And as donors pursue, of course, push the renewable energy, 3/4 of the Kenya's commissioned private power producers also run on fossil fuels. So as we also push for the renewable energy investments, we still have an economy or an industry that is actually driven by fossil fuels. Oil, and just recently, we wanted to exploit coal in Lamu. But thanks to a group of activists, the Decolonize and also the work done by Pakja and the team in actually petitioning the government and the private entity that wanted to invest in the Lamu coal plant. So I think such initiatives will also help us in trying to help our countries conform to what they are put in place in terms of the transition to low carbon development pathway. Our countries are very explicit with their commitment to the Paris Agreement, but still we have interest from our politicians, from our governments to invest in renewable energy. So the choice for geothermal energy with significant donor funding and also dominated by the state utility was much about the energy security than the decarbonization aspect. So coal and other non-renewable energy resources still feature in our sector planning as a continent. So who is benefiting from the push from the renewable energy? And investments in the renewable energy like solar and wind have a low starting point. But the Western donors are much focusing on the new renewable energy over the last couple of decades. So what we are doing, we're just looking at where is the financing for renewable energy coming from. Then we want to access that renewable energy. If, for example, if you look at China, we all know that China is exporting the solar panels to our countries, isn't it? But those solar panels, some of them are made from coal. So it's contradictory that you providing solar panel as a renewable source of energy, but those solar panels are also made from non-renewable sources of energy. So that is like exporting dirty energy in our own countries, and those are some of the things that we also need to be keen. If you look at this is the data from OECD, and the green line basically speaks on talks about the renewables and most of the resources that have been put in on renewable energy until 2018. You'll see that if you look at the non-renewables and also the hydropower, we have much money going to renewable sources of energy and not hydro, but of course not renewable, non-renewable sources of energy. So we basically moved by who is financing and what are they financing in terms of renewable energy. So that move in terms of just looking for resources and investing in renewable energy is one of the challenges that many countries are also in Africa in a rush to invest into renewable energy. But previously, much of that resources, we have big projects. You'll hear of our governments wanting to invest in large programs and on renewable energy. But much of these resources is actually the mobilization of the private investments on finance. So much of this financing is going to private entities because they have the capacity to invest renewable energy in our own countries. We still have the limited capacity as a continent to even produce our own innovations and also our own people to basically tap into jobs that come with the renewable energy. Recent stories from Kenya, Rwanda, and also Ghana speak of oversupply of renewable energy that we are not using. In Kenya, we actually have a lot of resources that we have not put into use in terms of our development pathway or development of our industrial models. So we're basically producing a lot of energy that we are not putting into use in terms of our development priorities as a continent. And this is basically driven by the interest on who is financing, and the private sector are actually financing the renewable energy aspect in Africa. But much of these resources are not put into use because we are not at that level where we at a high speed in terms of development. So the market-led approaches, we have the feed-in tariffs, the renewable energy auctions, and also the mini-grids, which also typically involve the private sectors in the development of the contracts that we want for renewable energy. So basically our communities and our people are left out when developing the contracts for renewable energy investment. So, and I will share this, basically about the fixing of the price around the feed-in tariffs, the mini-grids, and also the new mechanisms. These new mechanisms also try to help attract international financing. If you look at the Green Climate Fund that is supposed to help our countries basically adapt to the impacts of climate change, of course, we say that the GCF should be 50-50, 50 adaptation, 50 mitigation. But much of the projects there, they are basically financing mitigation projects that do not basically help Africa so much because our key priority is adaptation. Most of our African countries have submitted adaptation projects, but they always ask for a business case. If our people are dying, for example, in different parts of Africa, where do you get the business case for people who are dying because of the impacts of climate change? So I think we really need to speak up on how the financing models in Africa are working and who are they benefiting, because the private sector seems to be benefiting more with the climate financing sources that we have and the UNFCCC mechanism, and much of the renewable energy sector is being explored by the private sector because they develop the business models, they are able to negotiate with the governments, and our governments sometimes are corrupt because they are also able to enter into deals with the private sector, and we end up having some sources of energy that are not very helpful to our communities. Of course, the capacity for us to, in the energy transition, for us in Africa, I think we need the capacity first to tap into the jobs that come with the new renewable energy technologies. As the private sector, as our governments invest in renewable energy, then we need our women, our young people to have the skills that are required to tap into jobs that come with the renewable energy technologies. We don't want private sectors or international financing mechanisms who come to Africa, and basically what they do is to do those projects on their own without even building the capacity of our own people to even manage some of those technologies, because the sustainability of the renewable energy technologies that are being implemented in Africa is another big issue. If you, for example, put up solar panels or some renewable energy technologies in a country in Africa, but you don't have people who can continue maintaining those particular technologies, then it is not sustainable. So I think private sector, international donor community, and even our government should be keen, especially on building the capacity of our own people to even tap into the new jobs that come with the renewable energy sector perspective. Of course, the aspect of transparency is very key for our governments to even engage more actors, even the civil society, young people, women, in the development of the technologies that are supposed to facilitate the implementation of renewable energy technologies in Africa. And so the capacity building in African continent is very key if we are supposed to transition in a socially just manner. So the key observation in financing renewable energy technology in Africa, development assistance for renewable energy in sub-Saharan Africa is increasingly being used to mobilize additional private capital. There are people, private entities, donor communities who are fundraising with the name of helping Africa to transition to low carbon development pathway because of their own business interest. I think that is one thing that we need to be very keen on. The recipient countries also do not share the priorities of our donors. As a country, or as African countries, we know what we want as the African continent. Some of these countries get this financing just because some private entity wants to invest in ABCD. But our priorities basically differ with regards to what some of these private entities are bringing to our own countries. So of much priority, I think we really need to put the country's interest in financing or investment in renewable energy, and also look at the long-term strategy as countries, what we want as our own development pathway as a country. What do we want, for example, as Kenya? What do we want as a country? And what is our development trajectory? And what are the needs for energy? And in that case, the renewable energy. Let that determine the kind of energy that we need and why we need energy, and what are the financing modalities for that particular energy. Does it stress the kind of resources that we have as a country? Does it promote aspects that do not basically align with our key priorities in our African countries? So the key issues, we need to continue funding, but also acknowledge the different interests and objectives that we have as a country in order to move to a new renewable energy to scale. We need to balance the support for market development with support for government entities. We need to also support the long-term capacity building to ensure the energy sector is sustainable, that our people are able to continue with that kind of investment, are able to even have the capacity to continue or innovate new technologies within the renewable energy sector, are able even to tap into jobs, because unemployment is a key issue for our own African countries, and especially most of the young people in Africa are unemployed. So the renewable energy sector provides an opportunity for us to tap into jobs that come with the renewable energy technologies, but also adopt approaches and ensure independent advice to government and also institution. The role of civil society, the role of young people, the role of women is very important in the investment in renewable energy sector. Let us have issues of young people in the renewable energy sector. Let us have issues of jobs in the renewable energy sector. Gender justice is important. We have a sector that is male-dominated. How do we ensure that women tap into jobs that come with renewable energy? We need to enhance the capacity of women to even tap into sectors that are being termed as male-dominated. So I will adjust energy transformation and opportunities, for example, look like. I think this has gone off. So the energy transformation and the just transition aspect from the African continent. Someone can help me, it's not moving. So the energy transformation is necessary. Of course, we in that trajectory in addressing the climate crisis of limiting greenhouse gas emissions, basically to limit the climate change and also limit the greenhouse gas emissions. We also need to limit pollution. The WHO is very keen for us to limit pollution. But of course, we also have less funding available for us to enhance that particular transition. So, but an energy transformation is possible. We need technical solutions for renewable energy. We need energy efficiency and also energy saving needs to be developed. We also need to record investment of renewable energy since the several years. The price of renewable energy is a key issue. I think previously we had that renewable energy were quite expensive, but of course they are becoming cheaper. So that also provides a basis of trying to see then how do we invest in renewable energy with the cost that is also falling. But of course, the biggest issue is the political goodwill. Do we have best cases of just transition? As young people, do we have cases from our own countries on how innovation, on how a renewable energy technology could help countries to transition to low carbon development pathway, as well as help our communities? I think we need to look at how do we innovatively come up with innovations, technologies, and also provide some technical support base of ensuring that renewable energy is cost effective, is accessible to the common person, and is also affordable. So such cases from young people will also help our countries, even in negotiation with the private sector and with other actors that are supporting renewable energy in our own countries. Then also the understanding of that, the context where we are in African continent, as I said, jobs is a big issue. Will this transition provide jobs for our people? The aspect of transparency in financing. Who is financing what? And are they financing a renewable energy that is supposed to help our people? That is quite important. And also understanding that transformation is not unusual. Energy democracy is very important. We want decentralized solutions to be accessible to the local people down there to address even issues of pollution within our mothers who cook with firewood at the local level, and that we should connect the dots in terms of what this big investment translate to, especially at the local level in addressing the climate crisis, in addressing the health needs of our people, but of course, as countries contributing to the global goal of the transition to low carbon development pathway. Next slide. So the essentials of and the elements of the global energy transition, and I'm almost done. We need to ensure that there is access for energy to all the people. The other aspects and the key important to energy transition is the avoiding of the energy poverty, not only focusing on the renewable energy, but also the energy efficiency and also energy saving. Looking at issues of phasing out fossil fuels. In Glasgow, in the previous COP, parties diluted this component of phasing out coal and other fossil fuel energies. I think in the upcoming negotiations, we need to pursue this because they are basically running away from completely phasing out of non-renewable energy sources and the dirty energy. They want to continue developing the economies with the existing models of fossil fuels. Yet our countries, we are saying that we are abandoning the non-renewable, the resources that we have, that we are actually calling the stranded assets because we may no longer use them, or they may not be of economic value if we are in this transition to low carbon development pathway. So, and the no replacement of the fossil fuels by nuclear energy. I think there has been attempts to explore nuclear energy. It is something that, of course, it's very debatable with our own countries. And the other essentials of and the elements of just transition, I think Eugene spoke about this, but I think we need to plan and also structure how this transition will look like, not top down. We need solutions that resonate with the key priorities of communities at the local level. We need to empower our people in shaping the future, respect the dignity of our people, focus not only on workers but also communities. Workers are important, but also communities at the front line of climate change is quite important. Not only replace the fossil fuels by renewable energy, but also consider a recultivation of our key economic sectors that are quite important, infrastructure that is green in our own African countries, also organize a renewable energy sector, other actors that civil society have also not engaged. I think we need to advocate for alliance building between youth movements, civil society, trade unions, especially to package how that transition from an African continent looks like, because we the people understand the key problems that our people face at the local level, and we can provide the solutions of how that transition could look like. And I'll end at that. I think that is the last slide. Maybe we can have contribution and also questions into the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Robert, for that quick presentation. So we want to open the floor for discussion for a few minutes before maybe we go for a tea break. I want to alert our online team so that you connect us to the online participants. Anyone who has a comment, maybe as we start from the physical participants, so alert the online to be ready. I want to take 4 quick ones. I'll start from here. 1, 2, 3, gender sensitive, 4, and Loki, you'll finish. So we have 5. Okay, let's take the first 5 quickly. Okay, thank you. Another mic this side. Anyone support for mic this side? So let's be direct to the question as Robert takes us through that. I hope you'll note that. We start from you. You introduce yourself, the country, and the question, please.
Morning. I'm Sabrina from Kenya. So actually, from my observation, I find it pretty hard for most NGOs and Africa as a whole to strike a balance between achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 and us transitioning to renewable energy sources, and also striking a balance about achieving employment in almost all citizens across Africa. So how can Robert Mudhami address that? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for that question. We're going to the second one.
All right, thank you, Duncan. My question is straightforward to Robert. From your presentation, you have also established that there is a huge gap in capacity building for us to attain clean energy. Now, we have lots of universities in Africa who also offer courses in engineering that would have given us access to clean energy. And we are also saying that we don't have capacity. What is the gap between having graduates who can also have projects that can, because you also asked that if we have solar panel in our countries and where are they coming from? We all have said it's from China or from Asia. What is that gap, or what are the recommendations that you have that we are not doing in our higher institution to enable us attain or produce our own energy in the African context? Thank you.
Thank you, Loki, for that question. We come to the third one. Yeah. Someone with the extra mic? Sorry.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Aka, de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je peux parler en français, vous pouvez porter vos casques. Donc, ma question c'est, est-ce qu'en Afrique, le problème de la transition énergétique, c'est la corruption et l'inaction en fait, de nos gouvernements en fait? Parce que dans la présentation, on a vu que ce qui nous empêche en fait, d'aller vers la transition énergétique, c'est le manque de compétences techniques en fait, au niveau des jeunes. le manque de compétences technologiques, en fait, alors que nous avons beaucoup d'universités ici. Si on prend l'exemple de la Chine, pour se développer, ils ont envoyé leurs ressortissants, ils ont donné des bourses aux jeunes pour aller à l'étranger. Puis ils sont partis à acquérir en fait des compétences techniques. Et lorsque ces jeunes sont revenus dans leur pays, le gouvernement les a accompagnés dans les processus d'insertion. Alors, qu'est-ce qui empêche nos gouvernements africains de faire la même chose pour aussi nous aider dans la transition énergétique et le développement de l'Afrique? Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we get to you, ask your question.
Hello.
Wait a minute.
My name is Dennis from Kenya. My question is, thank you so much for the presentation. From the key observation, the financing energy in Africa, what do you mean by realism and long-term support? And how can we as African youth approach this with a disciplinary approach? That is, even when there is no motivation or like employment or incentives, how can the youth be in the frontier of the energy transition in Africa? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis, for that question. The last question from our brother, then we will get to the online. I hope the online is being coordinated. Yes, continue, please.
Moi, c'est Gilles Mosset depuis le Togo. Si on parle d'incompétence en Afrique, je suis désolé, parce que dans les universités en Afrique, il y a toujours des instituts qui forment en ingénierie et des techniciens. Alors, si avec les données qu'on a données, l'Afrique regorge toutes ses ressources, on ne peut pas venir prendre tout ça, là, ramener en Chine ou bien dans l'Occident, fabriquer des panneaux solaires, nous amener ici et nous dire qu'on doit payer ça à tel prix, à tel prix. Donc, je pense que nos dirigeants, nos gouvernements doivent prendre des décisions radicales par rapport à ces ressources et par rapport aux formations qu'ils nous donnent dans les universités. S'ils nous disent qu'on est toujours incompétent, alors on ne doit plus se faire former dans les universités. Alors, merci.
Je vais continuer dans le même sens que lui. Oui, parce que c'est une question très importante pour nous. Pour moi, la transition énergétique, il vaut mieux la laisser s'il faut aller acheter le matériel en Chine. Ça ne sert à rien d'aller à la transition énergétique. Parce qu'on ne peut pas avoir la majorité des jeunes au chômage ici et on les laisse en disant qu'on continue l'avantage comparatif et aller acheter du matériel pour venir mettre en œuvre une technique qui en réalité est plus difficile que l'utilisation des énergies fossiles dont nous disposons en quantité. Donc il va falloir que franchement des solutions soient trouvées pour qu'on puisse mettre la jeunesse au travail avec les emplois verts. Sinon, je pense que ce n'est pas la peine d'aller acheter du matériel. Quand on prend les fonds, comme par exemple le fonds vert pour le climat, ils font des appels à projets. Vous venez juste, c'est pour dire, nous voulons faire tel projet d'électrification, voilà notre business plan, et on vous dit, voilà le financement, vous irez acheter à tel endroit, vous amenez. Ça ne peut pas continuer comme ça, il faut que ça s'arrête.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Kindly connect us online if there is any concern from online. Any question from online? There isn't, eh? Okay. I'm going to take two more questions, then we give the platform back to Robert. 1 and 2. So we'll take the only two questions. We can start from our brother here. You introduce yourself. You tell us the country you come from and your question. We start.
Merci. Et moi aussi, je vais poser la question en français. Il a expliqué que nous sommes capables de produire notre propre énergie. Tu peux nous expliquer comment nous sommes capables de produire notre propre énergie? Et vous avez parlé du financement. Est-ce que, comme nous sommes des jeunes, et nous avons la force, et nous avons l'intelligence, est-ce que nous allons travailler en attendant le financement ou nous allons utiliser notre force ou notre intelligence pour construire notre Afrique? Merci.
Thank you. That's a good question. Let's get the last question and then we welcome Robert to address the concerns. Thank you.
My name is Maiwao Jitsamba from Malawi. I'll give an example of our country. In Malawi, young people are trying their best to produce renewable energy sources like making briquettes, promoting the use of solar power, biogas production, but this is done at a small scale. They are failing to scale up because the government is lacking political commitment in clean energy, and also NGOs, their interest in renewable energy is donor-driven. So in this case, what can young people, or what steps can young people take to bring government and NGOs' interest to invest in clean energy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to close the questions there, so we welcome Robert to take the platform.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and thank you for the very good questions. I can see at least we were attentive. You know, sometimes you may engage people and you're not sure whether they are quite attentive. Let me start with the first question, and I will invite Prof at some point to speak about the universities and where we have the gap in terms of universities providing the required, where's the gap basically between research institutions and what role can they play, especially in advancement of renewable energy technologies. Let me start with the first question from Sabrina on the linking of the realization of renewable energy in Africa, the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030, and also our own development priorities. Africa, we have a problem. We have a problem of developing plans, policies. Every now and then, our governments want to develop the soft issues. If for the Paris Agreement, we rushed to develop the NDCs without even thinking how they resonate with our own development priorities as a country. You even don't look at what we are signing into. Our presidents are signing into everything. Just in Lisbon last week, on the ocean conference there, our government signed into so many things, especially around the climate ambition aspect. So the linkage on all these issues boils down into first understanding what is our key priorities as a country. What is our development trajectory like? Are we just developing plans because a particular donor wants to fund some project in our own countries? So I would say that, of course, within the Agenda 2030 and how the indicators look like, most of our countries may not realize we still have around 80 years to go by the year 2030 once we conclude the Sustainable Development Goals. But most of our countries may not achieve the targets that we have within our NDCs, and this boils down to the sync between our key development priorities and what we commit. I think we commit too much without even looking at the stress that we have within our domestic resources. Our domestic resources are quite strained. And if you were keen during the COVID-19 pandemic, Africa was left on its own to look for vaccines. The Europe first priorities was their people to provide the vaccines. I think Africa was second. And the issue of domestic resources that are going to climate change adaptation, that we've actually contributed very little to climate change, addressing peace and security issues within the region. Most of our resources are going into those aspects. Yet we strain resources to key sectors like education, like providing quality healthcare. So we have to find a balance in terms of how do we utilize our resources to drive economic growth within our African countries, developing plans and policies that are in sync with our key development priorities at the national level. The issue of capacity, we have very many young people that we're producing in our own universities. How many of us have done a degree or are doing their second degree or even the third degree? How many of us? Do we all have jobs? Do we have the capacity to develop even small innovations, isn't it? We have, isn't it? But our governments are entering into contracts with international donors, isn't it? So where is the gap? Our governments are not recognizing the kind of capacity our research institution or our universities have. We have no sync or linkage between our research institution and what the government terms as its own development priorities at the country level. When we have elections in Africa, this year in Kenya, we are going to have an election in the next 1 month. And all the aspirants have developed a plan or a manifesto that speaks to big infrastructure. Jacob, you know what the Azimio government wants to do. The Ruto's government also have a very big plan on infrastructure and also empowering the small and medium enterprises. But of all those manifestos, I've not even had the linkage between what the research institutions could contribute into that development. What I'm trying to say is that we have a gap in terms of what our governments intend to do, what they promise to do, and without recognizing the capacity that we have within our universities. And much of it is also attributed to corruption. Because we want to attract funding, do a big infrastructure. Like, for example, we have the standard gauge railway, for example, in Kenya, which has been driven by China since the adoption. And basically, most of the Kenyans were just given the jobs that can be done by anyone else. Those technical jobs Kenyans could have tapped into, they were not quite engaged in the initial process. So we want to get into contracts that basically our governments enter into corrupt deals without recognizing the kind of capacity that we have of our young people, the kind of capacity that our research institutions have that could be utilized in those particular sectors. So we need to bridge that because I'm not saying that we don't have the capacity. We have the capacity to do all this, but the biggest problem is the linkage of what our universities are producing and what our governments are doing. But of course, within the research institutions, we also need to delve deeper in producing graduates that also have the capacity to even innovate, come up with technologies, because we even have universities that are producing graduates who cannot even write even a letter. Is that true? It is true, isn't it? Yeah, so research institutions also need to up their game in terms of ensuring that they provide capacities that align with the development trajectory of the country, producing young people who can actually help the country develop within the various sectors. But of course, we need a bridge between what our governments want to do and the recognition of the role that the research institutions or universities can do. I think there was a very good question from Ivory Coast. I think that relates to corruption and why we have this problem. I think we also have some sort of quote unquote state capture by international financing institutions. They have captured our governments to drive renewable energy or even development based on what they think could work for us, yet we are in a position to say this is what we want as an African continent. So we have an international community or a donor community, quote unquote, that tries to determine or present solutions that some of them do not resonate with our key priorities as a country. Some of it is attributed to corruption. Some of it is attributed to the interest of the donor communities because of the profit. Of course, it's business, the profit that they want to gain and continue gaining from Africa. And that's why they don't even want to provide that capacity to our people with the projects that they bring into Africa, because they want to continue benefiting from the resources in Africa, doing business in Africa with a selfish interest of themselves benefiting. But it is our role to raise our voice. It's our role, our governments, to put their feet down in terms of what do we need as a continent. If you are coming to fund us, you should fund us based on ABCD. Some of our governments, when you come as a donor and you are saying that you want to fund ABCD, you as a junior officer, you will not even meet that person. They will meet in the biggest office in that particular department, and they strike deals there. You're able to enter into agreements without even consultations, and it's a big problem. The aspect of realism and also the long-term support, Dennis, that relates to looking at our long-term development pathway as a country. I think we should not be mesmerized by just short-term gains. Let us look at what would drive our countries in the next 30, 50, 100 years. Let us have a thought process that tries to envision, for example, where will Malawi be in the next 100 years? Where do we want Malawi to be in the year 2050? So that once you envision, you develop projects that are able to tap into or also address the problems of the future. So looking at the long-term priorities will be quite important. The aspect of universities, the question from Togo, I think I've addressed that. And especially on the aspect of jobs, yes. Yes, like I said, most of our young people and even the African population are unemployed. And if we are going to address the climate crisis, which is actually taking some of our domestic resources with even the international financing support that we are getting, then we should be able to rethink our development models in trying to provide what kind of green jobs and actually decent jobs for our people can come with the transition to low carbon development pathway. What kind of green jobs can we provide? And those should be real jobs, not sectorial jobs. We should have engineers. Our universities are producing engineers that can tap into green jobs. We are producing young people who can even do innovations and also get that particular support from our own governments. And I want to link that to the last question from Malawi and also the aspect of the support that maybe young people might need, especially in the renewable energy sector. I think we have a role to play because we have the capacity. We can develop innovations, but we also need to see then how can our governments also support the kind of innovations that we develop. Do we have mechanisms that our universities have that kind of support where you have an idea, you can develop it further. We have a government system that can even adopt such innovations at country level, and it becomes a big thing that can help the country. But I think we have much work to do from an advocacy perspective, from a policy perspective, but also engaging our governments in ensuring that we have allocated resources that can go further into innovations and also upscaling, because the problem is actually the upscaling aspect. We have young people who have also presented very good innovations even at international forums, at national forums, but how you upscale that has always been a challenge. So that goes into advocacy and also engagement with our governments, and also trying to see then what role could our raw materials play in advancing the kind of investment that we have. Of course, when I said that we have the potential to develop renewable energy technologies, we have, because solar is plenty in Africa. In future, hydro might be a problem because of water resources might go low because of the climate crisis, but we have geothermal that is quite unexploited in Africa. We have wind power in plenty.
So we have all these resources that we can utilize to advance our energy base, but also meet our priorities as a continent, but also provide the jobs as a continent. I want Prof to respond to the aspect of the research institutions, the gap that is there between research institutions and even how the governments in Africa are investing in renewable energy. Just in 1 minute, then we go back to the moderator. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to advise our youths that we should stop blaming our governments. Do what you can do at your level and continue doing. One day you get recognition. Now, we went to that village and we saw the first thing that struck me was that the cow dung was completely pushed down the valley. Now, when I see something like that, what strikes me, I can propose a small biogas digester to that old woman. Definitely she will pay. From that small digester and gas being sent to her kitchen, the neighbor will see, another person will see. The news continues to go. Now, if you ask yourself, who am I? I was never trained to do biogas systems. Go into the net, go into Google and look at it. Biogas digesters, DIY, do it yourself. You start from there. Then it begins to go. You don't need the government to come and tell you that. You have been trained in the universities. One thing I believe is that you don't believe what you are told. But when I go to Europe, I see people who are not even in the field practicing what we should be doing it at their own level. Everybody has a small workshop at the basement or behind their homes. So please don't blame the government. You don't need the government to go and propose biogas system to that woman. And then from there, the news start going like wildfire. I can already tell you that I was meeting the Rainbow Hotel where we are and proposing to them a heater for that hotel. Because when you come down to the basement, where to the reception, it is terribly cold. So many of us come down because internet is not up. So I said, if you want a heater, we can do a heater. If you don't have any problem with electricity bills, we can do a heater that will heat all those corridors and your customers will be very, very satisfied. I equally propose to them heating that swimming pool behind with solar energy. And the technologies are there. Do I need the government to come and tell me to do that? I am not. You should be aggressive. You should be aggressive. It is a pity that I'm not talking to perhaps engineers. And I always ask you as inspiration to go to my website. I have a personal website. Look at the projects I'm doing with my students. Now, they are so lucky that they are, I get them involved, I show them so many things. But all those things have been taught in class. When I was coming here, I tried to contact Park Jai. I say, in this course, is it possible for us to rapidly build a digester and let these children see gas that they have produced? From cow dung is 3 days, 3-4 days, and you can burn your own gas. So it gives you the inspiration to go. And once you have done 1 cubic meter, you can try it 5 cubic meter. After that, and then someday you will be doing 200 cubic meters, the same. When it doesn't work, you try. So please, it's not the government that will come and tell us to do that. Why I am so happy is that we work us in the rural areas. We install micro hydro schemes. We install all this energy water heating system. People, electricity in Kenya, as I saw it, is not so expensive, but in my country it's very expensive. Many people will not heat water using electricity. So it is a good market for me to sell my solar water heating systems, which are made with local material. So please, let's forget about the government. There's so much in the rural world that you can create an enterprise with it and go according to how people are ready to pay. Thank you. I don't want to take so much time.
Yes, thank you, Prof, for that quick response and remark. Please allow me connect this room to the online. There is an online question. Robert, as it comes, let's be connected to the online. You can give a chance to the person asking to do it so. Dr. Ndenya, the floor is yours. Kindly.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Raise your voice.
Yes, I'd actually posted my question because I was asking, the current funding arrangement for universities in Kenya and in Africa doesn't provide for innovation because the funding is quite inadequate and also it doesn't target innovation. How can this be adjusted to make them a hub for innovation? Because the current, whether it's engineering courses, whether they're computer, is a lot more theoretical work, and it doesn't provide the young mind with the opportunities to innovate. And the industry player also don't link up to the university. There are no people who come in and say, I want to fund this and make it innovation that I want to seek from the young mind. It doesn't happen. How can this be adjusted? Because that's where the biggest problem is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ndenya, for that question. Allow me get it back to Robert to respond.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Daktari. Dr. Theta is my friend, and he works with the University of Nairobi, and he really understands the challenges of the universities. Yeah, most of my friends who have done engineering in universities, they have basically done theoretical stuff. And some of them, if you tell them to even fix something for you, as an engineering graduate, it's even better to have that plumber who does the practical work because they are able to do it. So that speaks to the challenges within the universities in providing the practical aspect, the practical work and that is supposed to be done. But I think we really need to see then how can our universities be capacitated in terms of resources. They are not quite well financed in providing the kind of capacity for our graduates. But I think also universities also need to change to look into their curriculum. I think we are also using curriculums that are very old versioned. We need to adopt that change. The world is changing, so let us have curriculums that are able to also to produce graduates that will tap into the current market and also provide solutions to the problems of today. So the issue of curriculum is quite important. Climate change, like we said last week, I think it's becoming a big issue. Let us also see whether all the students taking different courses with engineering, medicine, and also other courses can also have an element of environment, climate change into that aspect. Then even universities, I think we have resources out there, even apart from our domestic resources that they can tap into. Is there a way our universities, for example, can develop projects that can tap into the Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, that could specifically focus in enhancing the capacity of our graduates to even address, provide technological solutions or innovations in addressing the climate crisis? So one, of course, we need to advocate for more domestic financing to our research institutions, but number two, also the curriculum aspect within our university. Let us adjust. Let us ensure that we have a curriculum that taps into to the market that we have at the moment. Then also look at other external sources of financing that could also enhance the capacity of our young people or graduates to tap into the new jobs that come with the new technologies. I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you, our presenter of the day. In a special way, I want to introduce a very nice clap for our presenter today. This is a local known Kalabanda. It is called a Kalabanda clap. Let me introduce it quickly. We do one. We go in steps. We start to 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then we do 4 of them. Are we together? Yes. Those are very clear in our information. No, we do it 4 rounds. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. So here we go. Our Kalabanda clap for our presenter. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now is high time that I want to welcome you. I want to hope that tea is ready. So let's take 20 minutes maximum for our tea and then come back for the next session. Thank you.
The cyclone's movement or track follows a pathway away from its source, driven by global wind circulation.
If you look at methane,
conflict, and climate change.
I'm going to be looking at challenges, impact, and responses to climate change.
The other question I wanted to respond to is from Peter Arang from South Sudan.
Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice is an initiative of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. This is an initiative that aims at training grassroots activists, young people. Last year, the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice had over 250 physical participants coming from all the parts of Africa, North Africa, West Africa, East Africa, and South Africa. And we have participants from the Caribbean. We have participants from Puerto Rico, Colombia, Costa Rica, Philippines, Malaysia, and also from Europe. It is a global training school.
Now I'm here as an alumni to also share my experiences with the new cohort of climate justice activists, so that I can also encourage them that if they work hard and put on the effort, their work will be recognized and the many opportunities will also open up to them.
We cannot blame carbon dioxide blindly. We need it. That's very important. But the question comes when we have more and more carbon dioxide and other gases.
This morning, and they have already started with an introduction to human-induced climate change, where they are learning the causes of climate change. Later on, they are going to look at some of the responses.
Today's session was about greenhouse emissions. I actually had no idea that we are at 392 parts per million, which is very shocking. And the target is to reduce it to 350. And the way things are going, we are not heading towards that. So the training is shifting our focus.
Our objective is to equip them with sufficient knowledge to be able to articulate these issues in their advocacy work, so that they don't advocate without the technical background that is required to make the arguments for the issues that they are advocating.
What is the magnitude of the problem of climate change? Is it big? Can we resolve it? Is it beyond us? Reports have shown that there is a 50-50 chance that we might win
they fight. All the thing we have been saying since carbon emission, carbon emission, carbon emission. Where is the source? The source is mainly where? Oil, coal, gas. Then as this study has come up that for you to achieve this, you need to reduce at least 1/3 of oil reserve. You need to reduce 50% of gas reserve, and 90% of current coal must be kept underground. You're sincerely standing here in the 1990s when I started a campaign on leave the oil in the soil. Imagine going to a hall like this full of people in the early 90s. You say, leave the oil in the soil. You say, well, is this guy, what is wrong with him? 90% of Nigeria's oil revenue comes from oil, and you are talking to us. So that is the situation we are in. But I want to pose this question. Fossil fuel production should decline by 6% annually. That's another study between 2020 and 2030. How feasible is this? This is not my question. This is a question for you to address.
Once formed, the cyclone's movement or track follows a pathway away from its source, driven by global wind circulation.
If you look at methane, we all love milk, we all love beef and their products. You know, some of us, if you're pastoralists, you'll have to keep them. So methane will normally come from the farming system. It is in small amount in the atmosphere. So we must think about technologies that will actually be able to reduce the amount of methane, because the potential for greenhouse effect is even much higher than carbon dioxide. But the proportions are small. Where the farming is taking place, we need to think about, and that's quite challenging because it's part of our food system. Agriculture and land use, especially where there's intensive farming, becomes important, because that's why you have a lot of carbon, methane, and nitrous oxides. The industries, where do we have huge industries? That is where the methane is coming from. Whether you move them from Europe and put them in Asia, the problem still continues, and the fluorinated gases still continues to increase. And the more we manufacture, the more we produce, the more fluorinated gases.
The social, the economic, the political. We're looking at all the drivers and all the stakeholders, the relevant stakeholders, from community to local government, the regional organizations. At the end of the day, climate change discourse or climate security discourse should be able also to influence national, regional, and continental policies. Because at the end of the day, we're living in a globalized space, right? So we all need to take responsibility and be able to balance off how we share the resources that we have. But this has to happen now amongst warring parties, some who are not even best friends. We've kept these two sectors differently, but I think it's time that we are able to marry these two, because there's such a strong correlation. And even from a policy and advocacy perspective, then we can even have more sound arguments, even when we sit around the table, when negotiate within the different platforms, whether it's from a conflict perspective, whether it's from a climate perspective, but backed by data that we've collected within these particular spaces, and also being able to marry these two, because they are so interrelated and they are mutually reinforcing.
There are people, particularly rich and developed countries, I'm emphasizing word rich and developed countries, who have polluted the atmosphere. And therefore they are culpable because they are the polluters. They are the ones who are messing the temperatures of the earth and the normal behavior of the earth. And therefore they owe us a duty to fix it. That is what is basically advancing in a very strong way. We've not really been able to enjoy the procedural justice element that are important in terms of our participation and ensuring that our voices are cardinal in this process. And therefore, the Nairobi Summer School is part of the mobilizing and organizing so that we can advance for the procedural justice, ensuring that our participation and our voices are heard.
there is an inception of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and it hasn't been brought into force still. So what are we like now that we are having this session on PACJA that is tackling climate justice? Are we trying to incorporate that agenda in the free trade area that is being enacted now?
In Zimbabwe, I think a couple of months ago, we had to pass a wetlands bill, which strictly prohibited any kind of construction or development on wetlands, because we were dealing with what I would like to call politics of the stomach, where the politicians were just parceling out this land to anyone who's got money, and they would build on these particular places, and the houses would be flooded. You know, when it's raining, you know, you find your wardrobe is floating on water. You know, it was just a pure mess. So it's those kind of discussions where now we need to amplify them higher, but we build the capacities as CSOs, as those that are here in these particular rooms. We have to advocate and be able to capacitate and stand for those that may not have the ability to speak the language of power.
Once you know your purpose in life, you will be able to do something that will cause a change in your community. I keep telling people, for those of you who went to Makerere, the motto of Makerere is we build for the future. I've told myself I'm not building a future, I am now building a legacy. So that those who come and mourn when I die have reason to mourn. Not in the process of mourning, they say, at least we have rested, this one has died. So that is the challenge I leave with you as young people.
The effect of climate change on the continental free trade. This is becoming a challenge, and I want to really bring that, being that the climate change aspect is what we are having today as the talk of each and every country. Problem is becoming like, how are we revolutionizing the concepts of this climate change, and how are our nations or countries adapting or having mitigation measures? Equally, we are not looking at the political ideology that is going to bring us together as an Africa that we want. When someone brings an aspect that we need to talk about Africa as a business, then people start to change minds. And this is where now the problem is coming. And in real sense, the biggest issue that will never be solved is the issue of fossil fuels. By the time we get it right and the script gets to be very well put and innovations be put into that, look at whatever Ukraine is doing. Look at whatever Russia is doing. These developing countries that have developed through the use of these fossil fuels are coming up all through this process. When Africa, we get this concept right, then we're going to be at a safe place.
This summer school is very properly timed because it's taking place in a year when the International Climate Change Conference will be taking place in Africa. And it is at this conference that the major decisions that shape global responses to the climate crisis are taken. And as an organization, our aim is that the African voice would be heard, and that the issues that affect Africa in a unique way will be at the center of the discussions.
PACJA has really been of assistance to us because they have built capacity for most of our volunteers and staff. I've seen the successes of the Nairobi Summer School through community sensitization back in the villages. Relooking at how the program has been made, or the 2-week period of training is structured, is a bit tech. It goes in depth into climate change issues, especially climate-induced conflicts that we are working in areas like Isiolo and borders of Laikipia and Isiolo.
Everybody should be part of the climate justice or the climate walks in general, because it's literally impacting everyone. It's impacting us as youth. It's going to be impacting the future generation, our kids, and it's literally affecting every aspect of our life. Like in Egypt, we have different challenges in different areas. Like, of course, we will suffer from sea level rise in Alexandria, but in different parts, we're suffering from corpse deterioration. As last year, the mango corp was a disastrous.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of civil society actors
in the quest for climate justice cannot be overemphasized. We need a strong civil society movement capable of putting governments to task and reminding them constantly of their responsibility to tackle the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, such a movement cannot be complete with variable contribution of the young people of this continent. We believe that investing in youthful generation is a sure bet in achieving low carbon, ecologically just, sustainable development in the continent.
I join my voice with the PACJA audience to welcome you all to the second Nairobi Summer School. This has become a global movement, especially for building resilience and adaptation, mitigation towards climate change. It's basically putting in place building blocks for our youths in order to address climate change. Last year, first Nairobi Summer School on climate justice was excellent, but this year we want to build on the building blocks we have established and moving towards implementation, moving towards practicals, getting the youth to be involved hands-on on how we can collectively address the issues of climate change. This is significant because PACJA is not just building a movement, we are relying on the youths to cause the change in our generation.
I'm an environmental engineer from Egypt, and I'm here as a representative of Yes Love Egypt, YLE. And yeah, I'm pretty happy to be in this summer school. It's a great opportunity for African youth, and to be chosen to attend this summer school, it's a super great opportunity. My overview of summer school so far, I think today we have engaged with most of the stakeholders of the issue, and it makes me super proud to see all of those African youth interacting together from all of those African nations, and they are very progressed and very developed, and they have the knowledge and they have the power and they have the experience, and it makes me more proud to be from this continent and to know more about their work and the work of my brothers and colleagues.
Climate Justice School is actually an avenue to capacity build young persons, to build their understanding of the UNFCCC processes. And for me as an alumni, one of the things I've been able to do is to actively engage in the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network, having gained the necessary knowledge from the first session in 2021. I'm happy to see the caliber of resource persons that Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA, have been able to bring for this year's edition. And I am very certain that with the caliber of young climate activists that we have, COP27 is going to be an African COP.
From Summer School 1, we formed a network of youth from all over Africa that are representing us at the COP, at the Conference of Parties. Last year was at Glasgow, and this year we are looking to go to Egypt. We are trying to enhance the capacity of the youths so that they might understand the UNFCCC process. They might be able to very well advocate climate change, because climate change is a science and we need facts. So that is why Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, together with other partners like CIDA, decided that they need to bring youths together to enhance their capacity so that when we go to COP, we have facts and we know what we are really advocating for, because the negotiation process is a continuous process.
Our greediness, our corrupt mind, our carelessness, we destroy anything and everything that you birth planet Earth. Some of our ways of farming, causing soil erosion, the pesticides we use killing off the productive bees. The earth is the motherland that gives us life. Let's protect our motherland. So as the commander-in-chief, I will chant and fight like a brave knight In a starless night, with all my might, I charter for a green future. So, what do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now. What do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now.
What do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now.
As the world leaders continue dragging their feet in seeking lasting solution to the existential threat to mankind, Africa continues to sink deeper in devastating impacts of climate change. The IPCC data has laid it bare the sad reality that the situation is getting worse year after year. In fact, according to the last report released in February, it's actually indicating that warming projections at the medium scenarios indicate that extensive areas of Africa will actually exceed 2 degrees temperature rise by the last 2 decades of this century, relative to the late 20th century mean annual temperature, and all of Africa at high emission scenarios. The report further indicates that it is likely that the average temperature over Africa will rise faster than the global average, particularly in the more arid areas, and that the rate of increase in minimum temperature will actually exceed that of the maximum temperatures. Now, this unabated temperature rise can only mean more frequent drought occurrences, erratic rainfall patterns, which translates to famine and loss of life. Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of civil society actors in the quest for climate justice cannot be overemphasized. We need a strong civil society movement capable of putting governments to task and reminding them constantly of their responsibility to tackle the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, such a movement cannot be complete with valuable contribution of the young people of this continent. PACTURE has been the front line in mobilizing civil society fraternity, and especially the youth, to actually agitate for climate justice in the continent. We initiated the Young Digital Activist Program a few months ago, from last year, which is incredibly transformational indeed. Young digital activists across 12 countries in Africa have been instrumental in digital advocacy in the continent. Our goal, of course, is to upscale this model across 51 countries where PACTURE has active presence. Now, PACTURE remains very much committed to working with the African youths and to mentor them to become the leaders of today and tomorrow. Last month, like I mentioned, we partnered with WRI and Sustainable Energy for All to sponsor over 20 youths to attend a workshop on just transition in Kigali. And I want to mention that they went through rigorous training, including one of the trainers who was actually the former president of Ireland, and that is Mary Robinson. She was actually one of the high dignitaries that trained our young people. But again, last week, we supported tens of youths to hold a unique conference at the sidelines of Chogam, like I mentioned earlier, and they came up with a statement, and this statement really has received a lot of attention across the world.
We are determined to contribute meeting national and international climate and environmental goals. By far, our greatest climate and environmental impact is indirect through the initiatives that we are implement our partners like PACTURE in this case. SIDA is increasing its ambition and changing its administration in order to prevent and counter the effects of the three interconnected crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It is apparent that subsequent financial and technical support from SIDA since 2012 has provided the needed leverage not only for programmatic work, but also for PACTURE's own institutional development, including the increasing number of designated national platforms, now more than 10, who
primarily work with evolving climate policies and putting such policies into practice.
Here I have a written message from my Vice Chancellor, Professor Paul Wainaina, who has sent his greetings, and I think I have done it, and also that he apologizes for not being here at this moment. Climate change is the greatest global challenge of our time, from the rising seas to rising temperatures, from increased frequency and severity of floods to reducing agricultural yields, from shrinking economies to massive climate-induced human migration and conflicts. Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, the call to carbon neutrality and decrease to global temperature will not be achieved unless we invest in imparting appropriate knowledge, skills, and attitude on the current generation to advance climate justice discourse. This is well envisioned in the School of Environmental Studies of Kenyatta University, as envisioned in the Paris Agreement's component on capacity development and building. Not all developing countries have sufficient capacities to deal with many of the climate-related challenges. In microcosm, this is a hugely commendable initiative by Bakcha towards supporting the implementation of Paris Agreement.
And so it's always a very wonderful thing when
anyone
we
who
still
misplaced
see
their
some
phone,
pockets of
anyone who
solidarity
misplaced their
in our
phone to
world.
see me with
And so
the
before I
phone
go away,
mate
allow me invite a few of
and
our
the color.
partners to share some solidarity statements with us.
ASCC and PACTA have signed a memorandum of understanding of mutual accompaniment and mutual collaboration. And so we are excited to be a part of this initiative. And
Good morning, good morning.
For the Nairobi Summer School.
Allow me welcome you back to
justice.
the second
This is
session
very
of
critical.
today. Kindly, if you're standing, get back to your seat. We want to move to the second session quickly. We are almost out of time, 10 minutes late. So what I want to do is secure your seat as we prepare for this second session. So as we come up from the technical team, they're connecting us with the presentation. We are going to have our second session on environment, demography, health and climate justice, the intersections, it will be taken by our brother, Dr. Bernard Onyango, who is a senior research and policy analyst from Build Project Population, Environment and Development Director. So in a special way, I want us to welcome our presenter in a very organized way. Let's get to our Dr. Otieno's way of welcoming. Give our presenter the flowers. Flowers. As our presenter comes, let him receive the flowers. Karibu sana.
So it's still morning. Good morning, everybody in the room and those in the region. I know others are joining online from perhaps other regions. So wherever you are, hello and welcome to this session. Thank you once again for inviting me to take part in this very, very important summer school event. And last year, I also participated in this and really enjoyed my interaction with colleagues. So as...
Hello, please. Good morning. Please stop talking. Please stop talking. If you have to talk, wait for the break. or you can just walk out and talk. The lecturer is on, so let's stay attentive. Thank you.
Thank you. As the moderator has already introduced me, I'll just go back over it again very quickly. I'm Bernard Onyango. I work for the African Institute for Development Policy, based here I'm based in Nairobi, but we also have an office in Malawi. And our work mostly traverses sub-Saharan Africa, but we have some global programs ongoing as well. So in terms of my presentation today, I'll just tell you something very quick about AFIDEP so you understand where I'm coming from. And then I'll talk about population, environment, and development nexus. Look at some trends and focus on implications around, climate change, environment, and development, but focus on Africa. And then I'll have some take-home messages from this. So, it's moving too fast. So, as I said, I work for the African Institute for Development Policy, and this is a Pan-African Research and Policy Institute established in 2010, with the main aim of bridging the gaps between research, policy, and practice. And we do this in two key ways. First is strengthening capacity in evidence for decision making. We believe that evidence plays a really vital role in the decision making space, but again, as we know, there are lots of challenges around using evidence for decision making, and so to overcome those challenges, we do capacity development at the institutional level, but also empower individual African policymakers, CSOs, and non-state actors on evidence-informed decision making, and also working with both African and global researchers to build a vibrant community of practice on evidence-informed decision making. So, secondly, we also do synthesis and knowledge translation and packaging of the evidence to assist in accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Also part of these efforts include data analysis for monitoring development efforts. We do some focused research, including some primary research, and we are also building a digital repository for relevant policies and evidence. In terms of in terms of thematic areas, we cover a number of them. So first, population and development, and that's where I work. And then we have education and skills building. And then we have environment and climate change, governance, and governance. So let me get into my presentation now. And hopefully what I want us to think about here, so my background, I'm a demographer. And so I think about population quite a bit. And I hope that from this session, we'll be able to think through linkages between population, environment, and development, which I'm calling here the PED nexus. So really, people are the center. You know, we have our sustainable development priorities and goals, and they've really revolved around the people. In a UN publication for the 75th anniversary named Shaping the Trends of Time, demographic shifts or changes in population was named as one of 5 mega trends that are affecting economic, social, and environmental outcomes that are critical for the sustainable development. And the others importantly included climate change, urbanization, the emergence of digital technologies, and inequalities. So I know a lot of you in this room are quite passionate about some of these issues, including primarily climate change. But it's important to always think about what are the linkages between these different phenomena. So population, environment, and development, the linkages, they're quite, they're complex, there are multiple and reciprocal relationships that exist between the three, and over time, and really across the globe. And you can think of, unpacking development. You can think of unpacking development to really cover different sectors. So you talk about education, you're talking about agriculture, biodiversity, all these issues are embedded in development, and including health, which I'll also talk about here briefly. But let's start with the population. So there are really 3 key factors that determine population, and that determine the population size and composition. And these are fertility. So what are the number, the number of children that we are having? Then there's mortality. So death rates. And then there's migration. So the 3 of them combine to really determine our population sizes and composition. So today in the world, you'll hear about some world regions talking about, our population composition is such that we have an aging population, such as Japan, or in Africa, which has a fairly young population. Yeah, so Africa is really the youngest continent in the world. Then we have environment, and I think that there are a couple of aspects to think about when you think environment, and I'll point 3 key aspects here. One, our environment, it provides our life support systems, okay? And it supplies us with vital resources. So whether it's our food, it's our energy, and so forth. But also it acts as a sink. So all the waste we generate is absorbed within environment one way or the other. And so that just shows you, without thinking of environment, we can't think of life in the absence of, a thriving environment. So then we have development, which, development, people have a lot of perspectives on development, what it is. And maybe I'll see if 1 or 2 of you would want to say what development means to them. But I know it's an evolving sort of word, and what I have there is what we perceive development as activities in the environment that ultimately are aimed to improve the quality of life, right? So 1 or 2 people, just 1 or 2 thoughts about environment. How do you define environment, or how do you perceive environment in your own words? Anybody? Yes. I see the lady.
The support team, please share the mic.
Oh, I thought it was the lady here.
Good morning. My name is Florida Raymond from Tanzania. I'll say about the environment definition. According to me, it's just everything that surrounds us, but either it's the trees, the people around us, animals, and everything. That's what makes the environment. And about the development, it's about a positive change from a lower level to the high level, from the negative to the positive. Thank you.
So the gentleman there, then I'll continue in the interest of time.
Bonjour, moi je vais parler en français. Voilà, je réponds au nom de Vayanga Dozo, de la République de Guinée. L'environnement, c'est le milieu incluant l'air, l'eau, la flore, la faune, l'homme et leur interaction. Et voilà, et le développement. Le développement vraiment a cette définition, et sa définition c'est en fonction des milieux. Les économistes peuvent vraiment appeler le développement en tant que développement, en tant que changement, et en termes environnementaux, d'autres peuvent appeler ici l'innovation ou bien le progrès. Je vous remercie.
So thank you. I'll continue, and we'll have more time to interact at the end of towards the end of the session. So I have given enough time for us to have a Q&A session. Yeah, but I think what is important from both the respondents on development, I think, is this idea that some positive change or some incremental and positive change. And as I said, from my perspective, we are looking at activities in the environment to improve the quality of life. But both population and environment are highly vulnerable and influenced by these, what we call development activities. And I know over the last, I believe this is your second week, you have been really grappling with some of these issues, and why we think that both population and environment are highly vulnerable to development activities, including the human activities as well. As I said earlier, when you think of development, there are various sectors. And one of the things I want us to leave this room with after this session is to really think about the importance of thinking about an integrated population, environment, and development approach, because there are various sectors that are interlinked, including environment, health, food security, when you're talking about resilience, when you're talking about economic growth and livelihoods, and governance as well. And we know that even today, as you know, one of the issues people are thinking about with the climate change and environmental degradation is what are the implications for security. So these are really interlinked, and it's important that we do think about them when thinking about sustainable development in particular. So I'll go into a little bit for those who may not be so well versed with demographic sort of theory. So we have this idea about a demographic transition, and that all populations have gone through or are going through these stages of demographic change. So in the first stage, you have high birth rates and high death rates. And because you have high birth rates and high death rates, what that leads to is more what we call a stable or slow increase in population, because basically the high birth rates and the high death rates are canceling themselves out. And this is really what we see in human society. At the beginning of human society, this is what we had. And then we started sort of the different communities and countries started differentiating. They go through the demographic transition. So in stage 2, you still have high birth rates. So women having quite a high number of children. And at that point, you are having a very rapid fall in death rates, and this could be as a result of the technological changes, discoveries of new medicine, and so forth. And so this leads to a rapid increase in population. In the third stage, you then have the fertility rate starts really coming down, and as they come down, the mortality, and in some countries it came down very fast, as you will see, maybe not as fast in others. But then now, because you're getting to a point where the death rates have come to a fairly low level, so they are falling more slowly. So what happens at that point, the expansion or the growth of population starts to slow down. And then you have the stage 4, where both birth rates are low and the death rates are low. And again, you get to almost like a situation in population growth as in the first stage, where you have a falling, then more or less stable population. There is stage 5 theorized, not really seen in most societies in the world at the moment. And this is theorized to be, yet further decreases in declines in the death rates, and also low death rates and further falls in birth rates. But I know we are all grappling with some parts of the world where we now talk about birth rates falling below what we call replacement level. So replacement level is 2.1 children, basically. That's what we call. So you having a birth rate of about 2.1. So when it falls, some countries, it has now come really way below that. But as we will see, not on the continent of Africa, which will be the focus of a lot of my examples today. So as I said, Africa is the fastest growing world region in terms of population. So looking at the composition of the world population, in 2020, Africa's share of world population was about 17.2%. And the proportion of the share of Asia was almost 60%. And as you can see, you have Europe at 9.6%. Latin America and Caribbean at 8.4, and North America at about 4.7, and Oceania is really tiny, so you can't even see the numbers there. And because of the rapid population growth that's happening in Africa, for various reasons, by 2050, this share of the African population will climb to almost a quarter of world population. In absolute numbers, Asia will continue dominating for some time to come, but we can see the share of some of the continents are going to be declining. So you have 7.3 from 9.6. I mean, even Asia's is declining a bit, but you have Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean coming down a bit. So really, what is the reason for the slow decline in or the rapid growth in Africa's population? So it's really a combination of two factors. One, the continent still has a fairly high level, high fertility rates, and particularly sub-Saharan Africa. And then the mortality rates are also, still also fairly high. So if you look at what I have on the screen, the sub-Saharan average, the average number of children per woman in sub-Saharan Africa is closer to 5, while the world average is about 2.5. And death rates among particularly child mortality, deaths among children under 5 years per 1,000 live births, if you look at Africa, is 78 per 1,000 compared to a world average of 40 per 1,000. So because of that, you can see the changes in absolute numbers in Africa. It's going to increase from about 1 billion people in 2020 to almost about 2 billion people by 2050 as per projections. So this is almost a 93% change between 2020 and 2050. And so just to think about it, so in Kenya, we during the last housing and population and housing census in 2019, about 47 million people, and by 2050, that population is going to be in the region of closer to 90 million people, and this is true for most African countries. Kenya is not, I mean, there are countries that are going to more than double their population. So if they are 100 million today, they're going to be over 200 million. And some of the smaller countries, they might have small population sizes, maybe under 10 million, but most of them are going to double that. And as a result, you'll see that change. Again, if you look at the numbers in terms of in 2020, sorry, I just wanted to call your attention to the total numbers here, where you find that when we talk about Africa being a fairly young population, you look at those under the age of 20, and that's about 500 million, just over 500 million. So those under 20 constituting more or less about half of the population. If you go to most countries in Africa, you'll find those under 35 years of age. In most countries, it's they constitute more than 70% of the population. So in Kenya, about 76% of the population. So when you talk about a young population and the importance of investing in young people in this continent, it's really a critical issue. Just moving to population density. These are people per kilometer square in 1950 compared to 2000 and then 2020 and then 2050. And again, you can see population density, is really increasing for most world regions, and especially Africa and Asia. Just look from 8 to 45 by 2020, and Asia 45 to 150 by 2020. So in Europe, yes, there's an increase, but not so much. The expansion in population happened at a much, they got into the demographic transition a little earlier than other world regions. And so these changes are not happening so much in Europe and then also in Northern America. But it's a real issue for Africa, for Asia to think about it again between 2020 and 2050. You see in Africa almost again that population density almost doubling, which is really critical to think about as we think about population, environment, and development. So there are challenges related with high population density. Among them, pressure on land. We are seeing increased pressure, demand for farmland. We are seeing fragmentation of land as people, subdivide land. There is the issue around environmental degradation. So due to human activity, loss of forests, more waste, overcultivation. There are also challenges with water supply, but also the capacity to deal with these increased episodes of extreme weather events. On the other hand, not to say that it's all bleak, at times the population density, and if you think about in particular urbanization really leads to this concentration of population in urban centers, which makes it easier to deliver services. But this economic benefit of urbanization can only be maximized if this is well managed. Unfortunately, what we are seeing across the world, and in particular in developing regions, is that we are not managing urbanization very well, and therefore not enjoying the full benefits of urbanization. In some cases, the quality of life, for example, people living in slum dwellings is really not good, and it has implications for your health. I just want to turn quickly to some implications for this rapid population growth. We know that education is extremely important to build human capital. In Africa, we are seeing, we're projecting a rise of the primary school age by 2050 by 55%, and secondary school age by 69%. So what that tells you, for example, is the school we have to build more schools. We have to have more capacity, more teachers, and so forth. So just to match this population increase, the number of school teachers need to increase from between 4.6 million to 7.1 million, and for secondary school teachers to about 4.9 million by 2050. So these are real challenges. We know that universal basic education is a goal, and to meet these, we have to really invest in the education sector. But as we are aware, chronic teacher shortages persist, and we need to come up with the innovative solutions for this. Because otherwise, the quality of education, which the SDG 4 focuses on, will be seriously compromised. On employment and livelihoods, we've already looked at the percentage, the composition of the composition of population, and we see a fairly young population on this continent. Those in the working ages, theoretical working ages between 20 and 64, are projected to rise by about 137% over to 2050. Yeah, so the average annual increase will be about 22 million, and the percentage, the total population, the percentage of the total population 20 to 64 will increase from 44% to 52%. So you'll have more people in the working ages. So in a sense, the continent has really been thinking about having more people in the working ages as a potential to harness what we call the demographic dividend. So you have a lower dependency burden from children as you have more people in the working ages, but there is also increased productivity. Now, the challenge has been that even as this, we are seeing more people in the working ages, we are dealing with issues around unemployment and issues on underemployment. A large proportion of the population in the continent are engaged in the agricultural sector. And so when the agricultural sector is affected by climate change, then you will see again that also has implications for employment and livelihoods. I've talked about, I've already mentioned about urbanization. The urban population is projected to increase by 174%, and the percentage urban will increase from 42 to 59%. So the percentage of the proportion of the population in urban areas. One thing that we usually, a lot of people don't, there've been the discourse around rural to urban migration, and as being the driver for growth in urban population. But in fact, yes, the rural to urban migration is happening and continues to happen, but increasingly we are seeing that the impact of a natural increase within the urban areas in itself is also extremely significant. It's the main driver for the increase in urban population. So with this increase in urbanization, again, as I said, one of the things to think about is what are the living conditions, and we find that large percentage of people around the world are living in slum-like conditions, 56% in Africa estimated, and 31% estimated in Central and South Asia. And very few countries have large-scale programs for low-cost housing. So it's an important aspect to think about. So the population and pressure on both housing and infrastructure will continue for the next decades to become, it will continue being significant. It's on housing, it's on transportation. So smart solutions to urban living are going to be at the center stage of improving the standards of living going into the future. But also there are other issues around urbanization, the insecurity, violence, threat to social cohesion. Those are all challenges that we have to grapple with. On food security, I think food security, it's so important to think about food security. It's surprising the proportions. Some of we talk a lot about, issues such as the COVID-19 that happened and continues was a big issue that really focused global attention. But there are some challenges that we face as a world that because it doesn't, it doesn't seem as it's not causing immediate death and things like that. They don't rise that high. And nutrition is one of those key issues. So you can see here a prevalence of undernutrition in West Africa is 17.5% and rising. Food insecurity in Africa, from moderate to severe, 57% of the population are actually food insecure, compared to Southern Asia, for example, where you have it's about 36%. But we're also seeing yields, agricultural yields are either static or declining. And again, when you think about climate change, we have a lot of reliance on rain-fed agriculture in Africa, while in other world regions, for example, in South Asia, there's a lot, there's a focus on irrigation, which increases their food yields. The arable soil, what we see as arable soil, there's a lot of degradation happening on arable soil, estimated that 70% of arable soil is degraded. So that means, again, you can do your agriculture, but you're not going to food. You can plant your food crops, but not get the expected yield. So further extension of agriculture is possible in some countries. So, for example, DR Congo, Mozambique, Angola, Sudan still have fairly large tracts of arable land. But in most of the countries, this limit has been reached. But things can be done to improve this, improve infrastructure, improve credit for farmers, improve market storage, water capture. But that said, the hope that Africa could, double its food availability over the next 30 years is really not looking very good. So the ratio of agricultural population to the arable land, because of that rapid population growth, is projected to further increase, and the exploitation of the fragile lands and further soil degradation and erosion happening. That subdivision of land, farm sizes are becoming ever smaller, which again, undermines production. There's reluctance to innovate, an inability to create that surplus for sale. So climate change obviously is a major concern. Erratic rainfall patterns, the temperature rises, and if you look at the Notre Dame index that looks at vulnerability to climate change, 9 of the 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change are in Africa. So Africa's contribution to climate change, we know. I'm sure you've been talking about this for quite a bit over the last week, is that, Africa is contributing little, but really then the repercussions of that climate change are being felt the most in Africa and other developing countries. Growth of rural population by 40%, a need to more than double food production, will have potentially serious consequences for environment and biodiversity. So again, keep on thinking about, the multiple pathways to impact. It's about climate change, environmental degradation impacting population, and likewise human activity affecting environment and biodiversity, for example. So there's evidence in some of the studies that have been done that population density is a major driver to environmental damage and biodiversity loss. And raising yields rather than extending land. The aim for us really should be about raising the yields rather than extending land under production going into the future. So when we talk about, who's shouldering the burden of climate change, you can see on this chart, map chart by IMF from 2017, looking at the effect of temperature on real GDP per capita. And just to orient you, in green, as the shade turns to green and dark green, that means a positive impact on real GDP per capita. While as it turns red and dark red, that's in the negative region. I think you can see, if we were to say the global south, you can actually see this one is really south, right? So the south and Africa in particular, the whole of Africa, almost the whole of Africa, is having serious negative impacts on real GDP per capita as the temperature rise. So looking at climate change, health, and equity. Again, this map sort of really tries to basically taking the map of the world and then mapping one at the top. What we have here at the top is estimates of cumulative carbon emissions per capita. It's a bit dated, but what you can see again, if you see, for example, here, Africa is almost non-existent in this map because it's not contributing to as much as compared to North America and Europe and parts of Asia to that cumulative carbon emissions. But when you look at estimated deaths as a result of climate change, then you see again here disproportionately, you have Africa very huge on this map. And North America, for example, now totally slips down. A lot of times we worry on climate change about the short-term impacts of these, especially erratic weather patterns. But the health-term impacts of long-term climate change stresses are what we really need to pay attention to. And there are two pathways through which climate change are affecting health. One, through the direct impacts of extreme weather events, but then the indirect impacts, for example, an increase in disease vectors because the environment becomes, has become more conducive for them to thrive. We have issues for supply of clean water. There's increased pollution and decreased food security, which we've talked about. What is important, again, looking at the nexus of population and environment, who are the most vulnerable? Because these factors affect the most vulnerable more than others. So when we talk about the most vulnerable, those who are in precarious social and economic conditions, so the poor, we have geographical location, and I think I've just demonstrated that in previous slides. And then reliance on ecosystem goods and poor health coverage. So the most vulnerable are the most affected. And so what needs to be done to build resilience, but also to really support these vulnerable communities. So this chart just shows the mediating pathways to health effects So the heat waves, you have the temperature increase. When we talk about climate change, extreme weather events, and precipitation in, extremes. In terms of direct impacts, I think we've already looked at that. But just to see what are some of the key health effects we are seeing. So the poor air quality is leading to increase in cardiopulmonary illnesses. Extreme weather-related health effects. We have temperature-related illnesses and deaths that are increasing. Water and foodborne diseases are increasing. Again, when you think about this top mediating pathway, it has an effect on food and water shortages, but also long-term mental, nutritional health consequences and stresses out of climate change. So the climate justice questions, which I know people in this room are very passionate about. One, on the distributive justice, who is shouldering the burden of climate change and who are benefited in the process? But then procedural justice is equally important. Who are making the decisions and who are participating? So when we talk about the conference of parties, who are making those decisions? How are we in our countries influencing the, should have noted, how are we in our countries participating in efforts towards climate change action? And what do we need to be more effective to make sure that we get, we achieve both the distributive justice and the procedural justice? I'll end some slides. I'll end with some take homes. So population is really intricately intertwined with sustainable development. And population growth is both a cause and symptom of development. Rapid population growth can lead to low per capita expenditure, hard to eradicate hunger, inability to improve on human capital development, but also issues on development challenges have to address the issues of gender equality, women's rights, and also reproductive and health rights, which can, investments in reproductive and health rights, including family planning, can contribute to a slowdown of that rapid population growth that we saw. But more importantly, I think for us here, above all, is to always think of, population dynamics and how do we integrate population dynamics into development planning, both processes and projects. So integrating population dynamics, including reproductive health and rights in conservation programs and natural resource management, can lead to a slowdown of that population pressure on environment and improvements in food security and nutrition, leading to better health outcomes, especially for infants and children. So with that, I'd like to end here and open it up for some questions. I think we do have I've left some sufficient time for us to interact. Thank you. I see hands popping up all over the place.
Thank you, our presenter, for that wonderful presentation. So in few minutes time, we're going to raise some concerns so that Dr. Nyango can be able to address. So quickly, we're going to take one from online, if there is any, maybe our online team to support us. And I'm going to take strictly 3 questions, and the first 3 hands take it. 1, 2, 3, please, because of time. No. Where? Please. We're going to start from our brother here. So I believe my brother speaks in the other language, so be connected.
Je suis Aka de la Côte d'Ivoire. Dans la présentation, l'intervenant nous a montré en fait l'interaction qui existe entre la population, l'économie et l'environnement. Et il nous a aussi présenté aussi que l'augmentation de la population aussi était vraiment facteur de beaucoup de conséquences en fait en Afrique. Donc, ce que je voulais qu'il confirme en fait, c'est est-ce que la croissance démographique est vraiment un facteur important dans les changements climatiques aussi. Et puis aussi, je voulais poser une deuxième question pour savoir le fait que nous, jeunesse africaine, le fait que la population africaine soit en majorité jeune, est-ce une force ou une faiblesse pour l'Afrique? Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you for that question. Second question.
My name is Elvis Kadama from Uganda. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I agree agriculture has potential in fighting climate change. But we have seen in many communities, youth with potential have left it to the elders and exerting pressure on the environment, like cutting trees to burn charcoal, mining of sand, riding borders and matatus, which increase carbon emissions. In your opinion, what should be done to convince the youth go back to the garden and fight for climate justice and feeding the increasing population? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. We are going to take the last one from our sister here.
Bonjour, c'est Alissani du Burundi. Je voulais juste, avant de poser la question, dire que je représente une organisation sur le développement durable intégré et que, à titre personnel, je suis passionnée par tout ce qui est développement durable. Et j'ai apprécié l'exposé du professeur sur les énergies et sur la population. Je viens du pays, du Burundi, qui perd chaque année plus de 33 tonnes de terre. Et c'est parmi les pays les plus peuplés du monde. On a un problème parce qu'il y a trop de mortalité, mais également on est un pays peuplé qui devait avoir une politique d'avoir des naissances réglementées. Mais nous sommes un pays aussi également africain qui a toutes ces cultures. En Afrique, pour être riche, il faut avoir des enfants. La richesse d'un pays, c'est les enfants. Et ce pays vraiment est peuplé. Et j'ai écouté attentivement votre présentation et je me suis rendu compte qu'il n'y a pas des politiques, qu'il n'y a pas des projets pour travailler avec les politiques, pour mettre en place une organisation pour limiter les naissances. Parce que je veux essayer d'éviter de parler des politiques parce que j'en suis pas une des politiciens, mais on a un problème en Afrique de la corruption. Si on fait tout ce qu'on peut faire, si c'est pas bien gouverné, on va avoir des problèmes pour la mise en application de ces projets. Alors, ma question va aller directement, monsieur, pour demander comment votre organisation ou les organisations internationales peut travailler avec les gouvernements, peut travailler avec les décideurs pour mettre en application ce système de réglementation des naissances. Ça, c'est une question. Et après, pour insister sur le fait qu'on a posé beaucoup de questions sur l'emploi des jeunes et que les jeunes sont oubliés pour prendre des décisions. Là, aujourd'hui, vraiment, je suis une jeune et je veux Je veux vraiment parler un peu direct à la jeunesse qui se trouve dans la salle. N'attendez pas que les vieux ou les personnes âgées vous donnent du travail. Créez l'emploi. Essaye, commence petit. Et quand vous allez commencer petit, il y aura des opportunités. Si on attend que les politiques trouvent du travail pour la jeunesse, on va attendre jusqu'à la fin. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you, our sister, for that good comment and question. Quickly, I'm told there is nothing from online, but allow me take two more questions before our presenter takes the floor. My brother from the other end and our lady, the two of them can wrap up on the question session.
Je vais aller en français, donc je voudrais que vous portez vos casques. Alors, je remercie d'ailleurs le présentateur et dans sa présentation, il a montré un peu deux coupes, la coupe de la population et aussi des ressources. Alors, ce que moi je voudrais poser comme question, nous savons déjà que les populations croissent plus vite que les ressources naturelles. Et déjà, on nous informe que la Terre vit à crédit parce que les ressources qu'on avait prévues pour les générations futures, nous-mêmes, nous sommes encore vivants sur la Terre et on a commencé déjà à utiliser ces ressources. Et les statistiques aussi révèlent que d'ici 2100, la population mondiale passera de 8 milliards à environ 12 milliards d'habitants. Alors, ce que moi je voudrais savoir, concrètement, quelles sont les actions qu'on doit mener pour que vraiment il y ait un équilibre entre la croissance rapide de la population et aussi l'augmentation des ressources. Voilà un peu ma question.
Okay, thank you, brother, for that question. Quickly to the last question from our lady there.
Assalamu alaikum. Najma from Somalia. And when we are talking about the population growth and the demographic change, as we all know in Somalia, I wanted to give you an overview for Somalia. And we have a lot of challenges for the population growth. Our population growth rate and our mortality growth rate is moderate, but we have a lot of effects for the climate change. They affect us more than. As we all know, I wanted to ask something. The family size income and the crop production of that population is not matching. Well, I wanted to ask one thing, like how to mitigate the population growth and the crop production in our country or in Africa. The next question is, we have a lot of problem for migrations. We know a lot of Africans to migrate to other countries for the sake of liking and getting like livelihood is to get. How can we make our environmental sustainability and reduce the poverty? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Now allow me welcome our presenter to react to a few of the questions or all. Thank you. Okay, so I hope I'll be able to do justice to the question. But I think for me, the critical thing is that we are able to understand the interactions between population and development. And I think I'm from the reactions I do see. That is getting home, but we want to have people understand these linkages better. So there's one question about is population growth a factor in climate change? I think it is, without a doubt. Population growth has an impact, and I know over the past week you've been looking at. I think I saw one of the sessions was on human activities contribution to climate change. What we should think about, for example, I said the population in Africa is going to
is going to about double by 2050. Yeah, and we know that some of the human activity related to, for example, whether it's industrialization or it's just the ways of life that have contributed a lot to climate change in the past from other continents. We have to be, even as we talk about climate justice, we have to be alive to the fact that we'll have to grapple with these issues. And there is also the example of, the loss of, the loss of forest land because of human activity, the degradation of the environment, and so forth. So I think these are key to. It's really key to factor this in. You asked whether the young population is a weakness for Africa. Not. It depends on what how you manage this the young population. So, for example, if you look at 2017, the African Union adopted its theme of the year was investing in youth to harness the demographic dividend. So, really investing in young people so that as you have birth rates are coming down, which they are coming down everywhere in Africa, although in some places slower than others, and the population age structure changes, you have a smaller dependency burden, child dependency burden. You have more people in the working ages. But what are we seeing? I think the challenge is about making sure that this young population, when they're in the working ages, they have the opportunities, they have the skills to make a decent living. If you look at one of the regions in Africa that where demographic transition has happened faster than in Southern Africa, which also happened to be, if you look at South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, to some extent Lesotho, Swaziland, they're all middle-income countries, some of them upper middle-income countries. But they also have a huge youth unemployment challenge, in some cases up to 50% of the youth in those working ages. They don't have work. So you have this potential human capital, but human resource, but it's underutilized. So at the end of the day, you miss that opportunity to harness the demographic dividend. I think participant from Uganda talked about youth and agriculture. What's important is, for me, is how do you incentivize youth to, I think we shouldn't just castigate youth and say they don't want, they don't want to participate in agriculture. But what are we doing to make it an enticing proposition for them? I don't think that just by saying yes, it's a wonderful notion that young people go and take part in agriculture. But if you don't make the conditions and the return on investments attractive to them, then you are likely not going to benefit as much. The question from Burundi, I think it was multifaceted, but I'll talk about one, population policy. A lot of countries do have the population policies. The idea, I think, the idea around population policy is not supposed to be. Population policies shouldn't be about, a coercive policy that wants to limit, the number of children you have or something like that. But rather, they should come from a rights-based approach, where, for example, one of the key drivers for high fertility in Africa is a high unmet need for family planning, meaning there's a proportion, there are women out there who would like to get access and use family planning services and commodities, but for various reasons they are unable to. And so what you need to do is to address those barriers to family planning use and promoting reproductive health rights. The other thing I think, I think you asked about what organizations like ours are doing. So we work at that intersection between population and development, and working with government cross-sectoral. Work, identify which are the key ministries. For example, if you think about the development plans, whether it's the long-term development planning or the short-term plan, Ministry of Planning or the departments of planning are very important. In some cases, when in some countries, people working around population and population policy, for example, just work with the department in Ministry of Health or in Ministry of Health and at the exclusion of others. As you see, these issues are interlinked, and all the people in the different sectors need to understand them to actually understand the role of population dynamics in their sector, so that they are not just seeing it from, for example, people in the reproductive health departments in Ministry of Health may look at family planning as a reproductive health issue, so that they look at population from that reproductive health lens. But then if you go to conservation environment, they can look at the issue of population from a very different perspective. And I think it's really understanding those different linkages and where to understand population dynamic. What does this population growth mean for us? For many countries, even if today we had 100% access to family planning, that population growth rate is already inbuilt, and for several decades to come, they're going to have a rapid population growth. And so it's to understand, this is where we are going to be in 20 years. What do we need to plan for? How many schools do we need? What kind of jobs can we put in place? How can we change our agricultural policy to take account of these population dynamics? I think I've spoken on most of the questions. I think last one was from Somalia, which was also multifaceted, but the issue around immigration. Again, why are people fleeing from their countries? The people, and one thing about migration, you can't stop people from moving. People will always move to where the opportunities. So if you don't create opportunities in your countries, if you don't address governance issues in your countries, people will continue to move to where they feel they can improve their lives. This is, the story of our history. We move to where we are going to thrive. And so, absent of addressing those issues that are making people move, whether it's legal or illegal migration, or let me not say illegal, but undocumented migration, you have to address these issues. It could be, the issues around the brain drain. What do we do to retain our talent within our countries and not lose them to the developed world? So I think I've addressed pretty much most of those questions, right? Unless there is something burning. All right, so if not, thank you very much for listening to me. And again, I say that at the end of this session, I hope that at least if there's one thing you come out with from this session is really to always think critically about the interlinkages between population, environment, and development. Thank you.
Thank you, our presenter. That was a wonderful one. In an African way, I want us to do the African parliamentarian way of congratulating our presenter. How do they do? get the instructions right. We do 1, 2, 3, then you tap 1, 2, 3. Yeah? Are we there? Are we there? We tap our tables or you'll tap your hands. No making claps, eh? We tap, as I do, and then we tap our feet. Let's in a special way congratulate our presenter for the day. Thank you for that. Shortly now, as we want to transition to the next presentation, maybe before we get there, I want to get our brother from Somalia to give us a good energizer before we start the second presentation. Our second presentation is going to be a blended discussion where we'll be joined virtually and have a discussion here. The right time when I call Professor Tassen, then we welcome that. So let's have an energizer first. Our brother from Somalia. Did he leave? Did he leave? Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me this opportunity to talk to you and to make you an exercise. My exercise will be based on to evaluate and assess how participants are connecting with the presentations being given since the past week. So that, let me give a few words. Because of this opportunity, no one can get it. They stand in front of you. Because I'm talking to Africa, not you. Thank you. First of hand, I'm an environmentalist. I've recently graduated from UN University in Somalia, which was recently opened for the program in Somalia. So that I want you all, because of here, I'm representing from the country of Somalia, right? And everyone of here is representing a country. We are in Africa. We see the continent, or the map of the African continent we see here. So that everyone representing from his or her country should have, when he or she coming back to their country or to the country, I want you, I urge you, because I don't want coming here and saving the time for 2 weeks, going back for your country and representing your country without aimlessly. That's what I mostly dislike. I want you first of all, please go through all the slides being given for the first week. Go through it, read it. The more you read, the more you know better. That's the first one I wanted to say to you all. The next one, I want you to be, we want to change something, right? How can we change something? 2 things. You should be a determined person, you should be committed person. If you are committed and determined person, you can change the world even, not Africa only. You can change the world. The last one I want to say you, such meeting is, no one can have it unless you have an opportunity to be here. I want you to please be a committed and determined person who can know each other, because I learned many persons here. I want to communicate with them. I want to know what is going in Africa, all the world. I want to communicate with Congo, Sudan, what can I call all the countries in Africa here, because now I'm in Africa at all, not I'm in Somalia right now. I'm not in Kenya right now. I'm in all over Africa, right? Thank you. Let me go full step to the exercise which I want to show you now. I will, this opportunity, because I'm taking this opportunity, please take me a chance for you. Thank you. I want 2 lines to stand. The first 2 lines, I leave over the programs, but I start the next line and the next line. Can you please stand 2 slides? Because just I'm evaluating and assessing how the program is going on. Please be active. Listen to me. Keep in touch with me, please. I want you to examine you, these 2 lines. Are you with me, please? Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I want you to do. Okay? Right. Can I get a microphone? Just I'm trying right now to change the world. Okay? Are you ready to use your lines? One person can be the winner, please. These 2 lines you see, a winner will become out. Who will be the winner? I don't know, you don't know. Right? Okay. I want you to go with me fully. I want to see you do like this. When I say to you, do like this, you say? When I say you, do like that, you say like this. Do like this, do like that. Are we together? When I say do like this, you say? Do like that? Do like this? But I will mislead you. Okay? Are you ready? One person will be the winner. Do like this when I say you, you like this. Do like that, you say like this. Do like this when I say you, you, Bertrand. Yeah. Without saying, no. I don't want to say after me. Okay, okay, time is running. Please, please keep working. I want to see the winner. Do like this. Do like that. Do like this. Do like this. All please. 3 persons, I see you, please. Can you please evaluate those who are... Do like this. Do like that. Do like this. Do like this. Do like this. Do like that. Do like this. Do like that. Do like that. Please, please. Sit down, sit down, sit down. Okay, okay. Time is running, please. Sit down, please. You are all active. I see you. Sit down. The next. No. Can we all stand? Can we all stand? Can we all stand? Because I just can we all stand, please, please? Are we all stand? Are we able to stand all, please? I see some guys are sleeping. You are representing your country, please. I see you. Do like this. Do like that. Okay. Do like this. Do like that. Do like this. Do like this. All you are standing. Thank you. You are all active. I see you are representing your country nicely.
My brother, thank you for that energizer. I want to believe that all of you now are a little bit active. We realize that we are getting to be asleep. Before we start the next session, here we were joined with a few members. Our resource persons are here. I want to acknowledge the presence of the acting executive director of PACJA has arrived, Mr. Charles Mwangi. Here with us, we have Dr. Dorcas Otieno, who is the UNESCO chair, who joined us shortly. As the other resource persons join us, we're going to recognize them as time goes. So I want to, in a special way, to welcome the presenter of the next session that will be blended. We will be joined online. I want to hope that the online team, our presenter who is joining, is ready. So allow me welcome Professor Tassen for the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning again. Actually, it's afternoon, my mistake. So it's wonderful to be here again this afternoon, and this session is on gender and justice. And you know me by now, I like to do things a little bit different. So I'm not going to reiterate all the issues around gender and climate justice, because I think we already know a lot of that. But let me just change tack a little bit and put things into a bit of a global perspective. In 2021, Canada experienced heat waves. Dozens died, breaking temperatures in excess of 45 degrees. In fact, it reached 49.6 degrees, and it's a country that's never passed 45 degrees before. In Europe, in 2021, experienced the worst floods it has ever seen. Over 120 people dead, and that extreme in rainfall destroyed villages, houses collapsed, broken bridges, flood waters rising, trapping people in their homes. So we're looking at countries such as Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Switzerland. You know, it's unprecedented. In the same year in England and in parts of west of Scotland, which is where is my home, temperatures reached heat wave thresholds in excess of 30 degrees. And as you can imagine, we're not used to those sorts of temperature rises. Older people, folks with underlying health conditions, young children, everyone was really suffering, but particularly those groups. And so the story continues in terms of changes in weather patterns. In China, in the same year, floods leading to deaths, people trapped in underground train carriages, in train derailments. In India, in Maharashtra, near Mumbai, heavy monsoon rains leading to destruction and death. So the story is clear. It's a climate change is a human tragedy, right? Leading to the loss of life. And what I want to say is that that pattern is continuing into 2022. And we heard recently the floods in Bangladesh with over 3 million people being displaced. And in Australia, rains that the country has never experienced before, but also extremes in heat. But here in sub-Saharan Africa, extremes in weather events are frequent, and we already know, we've heard over the last 2 weeks, the impact that that's having on the lives of the poorest and the most vulnerable. The IPCC have labelled this code red for humanity. Human activity is changing the climate, increasingly extreme heat waves and droughts. And one thing I'd like to share with you is Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, said, "Combine forces now and we can avert a climate catastrophe." So the position is very clear before us in terms of working in collaboration, working in partnerships, working in unity and working in solidarity, because at the end of the day, this is an issue that matters for the survival of everybody in the world, even though we recognise that the brunt of that suffering is being felt by the poorest and the most vulnerable. And on top of that, it is those particular groups, women, who face the biggest challenges, because they are the ones that have to, often are the providers and the caretakers of our homes. So that leads me on to the session that we have this afternoon. And I'm going to be joined by two wonderful speakers, Titi from GCF in Nigeria, and Memory Kachamba, who heads up FemNet. And what we're going to do this morning is, rather than having presentations, is just having some reflections on what it means for us to be looking at gender issues in the context of tackling our climate crisis, but from two different lenses. So Titi will take us through some points of intervention in terms of challenges and solutions from a funding perspective, and what some of the issues that they are working on at the GCF. And then Memory Kachamba will talk us through some interventions of what we're looking at from a community-based perspective. And then we will lead into a panel discussion. So we're going to have a bit of a chat, a bit of a conversation, rather than a straightforward presentation. But the underlying perspective that I wanted to get across, that this is a crisis for humanity around the world. And I just wanted to bring that perspective in to shape discussions as we go forward. So without further ado, I hope we do have Titi online and we can hear from her now. Can we get Titi on? Okay, I think she's almost there. Okay. Okay, so I think we're just waiting for her to connect online. So what I would like to do is flip the discussion and put Memory on the floor ahead of Titi while we're waiting for her to connect online. So we'll listen in on some of the gender perspectives from a community perspective. Please welcome Memory Kachamba.
Thank you so much, Prof, and nice to meet you, and nice to meet everyone here. Let me take off my mask. I also want to recognize the acting director for PAGJA and also congratulate you for really putting the second summer school together, and also just to recognize all the other partners who are here. But most importantly, when we talk about gender, all the participants who are joining the summer school, I'm also excited that the room is full, because sometimes when it comes to gender, people move out. These are things they've probably heard before, or these are some of the misconceptions where they start thinking, oh, it's a women's issue. But I'm told by Prof that there's been a lot of talk about how issues around gender are central to any solutions that we may have when it comes to climate change, adaptation, and really transforming where we are going. So I will speak, and I just have 5 minutes just to make a few pointers, a few interventions. I'm sure most of us, when we think about solutions at the community level or interventions, why they should have a gender perspective, I just wanted to just have a feel in the room. How many of you actually work at the community level? Can you just raise your hand? How many of you work with different indigenous groups? Okay, all right, that's great. Yeah, because I know most of us are possibly working at the policy level, but knowing that what we are implementing and what we are posturing at the policy level also impacts at the community level. So I'll just share a few just a few pointers. I think the first one is really around issues on the division of labor. So when we look at when the communities, particularly when you look at women who are experiencing the climate crisis, or it could be issues around drought, it should be issues that force migration, which I think the previous session was really looking deep into. But also when there's disasters that happen because of climate change, or when they're affected by issues of extraction around. I think it's important for us, really, the first thing to look at how, in response to climate crisis, what are some of the issues that happen, and what are some of the solutions? And really the first one is to look at how, how vulnerable the different groups are. And most of the times you find it's the women, it's the children, and also sometimes it's the men as well. But how do they respond, and do they respond using a gendered lens? So that is also very important to ensure that we are able to do that analysis and to also use some of the tools to make that assessment. The second thing that I just thought I would also put out is, what are some of the solutions, climate smart solutions? We are hearing all these big words, yet are they really solutions? Are women engaged or communities engaged when coming up with some of the solutions? We hear a lot of exciting energy saving, mitigation strategies, but unless we have the people who are affected and the people who even use the technology being engaged, are consulted, and are also part of developing these solutions, then most of the times we can actually have solutions which are not adequate, or solutions which are false, what we call false solutions. So the second point is integration, engagement, and ensuring that there is consultation of all the groups in coming up with solutions. The third point, I don't have much time, but the third point, I think, is to also look at the different structures. And as we look at the different structures in terms of how decisions are made, who is making the decisions, it's also important for us on decisions on gender and climate change to ensure that we are creating spaces where women can actively participate, but can also actively contribute. Decisions related to budgets. I know in most of our African countries, budgets are determined by the parliament, and then they go down, it could be county level, district level, but when they get to the community, who is engaged in terms of making decisions around the use of resources? So that is also important to ensure that women and the youth, people who are concerned, are actually engaged, and to also recognize the different diversities and not just think that one solution that will work in Kenya is going to work in Somalia, it will work in Mauritius, but to also understand the different intersections and the different contexts as well. I think as I end, I think the last point is the issues around awareness. I think most of the times we assume that in all of the work that we do or all in our programs, that even the policymakers agenda our way. So I'm so excited that the summer school actually has a module that looks at gender and allows reflections on some of the solutions that need to be taken. So awareness is very important, and awareness for communities, awareness even for the policymakers as well, but to make sure that as we are coming up with solutions, as we are engaging in the climate change discourse, we are raising basic gender awareness, but also talking about transformative actions that need to be taken. I think, Prof, I will just stop for now, just to allow for further questions and maybe for going into much more depth with more examples as we continue with the reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Memory, for your interventions there, and you've certainly posed some interesting points for us to dig into some good, deep discussions and conversations on. So with that, I'm wondering, do we have Titi online now? Is she able to connect? She's not. Is she able to join us at all? Do you know? She's trying. Right. Okay. In that case, I'd like to, Memory, if you would like to join me at the front, and we'll just go straight into discussions. I wonder if we could we have some mics then? Thank you. I hope you can hear us and see us okay. Memory, thank you for your interventions. And what I really want to do is to dig deep into some of the points that you've raised already. And what I'd like to do is, once we've had some of those discussions, is to invite you to ask some questions too. So Memory, first of all, the issues of gender has been around for many, many years. And indeed, when I started working on in my career in 1994, I started working on gender and development. 2022, still talking about gender issues. What is in the discourse that's not moved? Why is it that we're still finding ourselves talking about gender issues and empowerment and issues of division of labor? Is it because we don't know that these issues exist, or is there something not right in our narrative?
I think what we need to really look at why things are not shifting is that most of the times when we address or come up with interventions, we are coming with immediate or like rapid responses. I look at, for example, the issue around COVID, just putting it out there to say
the first solutions were really solutions more like health related, but not looking at the social, at the political issues. So it's the same also when you talk about climate change and moving to really making things shift, that we usually look at what is presenting itself and not looking at the underlying gender inequalities. So I think we need to have and really address some of the social gender underlying issues that we know, that have been pre-existing, but most of the times we don't give enough attention, we don't give enough resources. We actually use a feminist lens in the work that we do, where we are looking at issues around power, we are looking at how the domination of patriarchal ideology disempowers most communities. So this perpetuates all the way into the policy making. So really, I think in a nutshell, is addressing the root causes of the gender inequalities in all our solutions and in every interventions that we do.
Thank you, Mimi, for that. And I think looking at the underlying issues and getting to the heart of the matter it's really interesting, because I'm wondering whether we're missing something in terms of our methodology and in terms of our approach, and whether those methodologies exist out there or not. I want to have to now interrupt us because I think TT has now joined us line. But Mimi, if you just stay where you are, welcome. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you and we can see you. So you've got the...
fine. If you can see me and you can hear me, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead. We've just started a conversation, but over to you for your interventions, and then we'll engage in discussion.
Yeah, I can discuss, but you need to let me know where you are so I can know how to jump in.
So jump in straight away, fire away.
So I should be talking about gender and climate change.
That's right, and GCF's approach to solutions.
Hello?
Can you hear us? Yeah, so gender, climate change, positioning gender in terms of solutions and financing.
Okay, fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm sure you must have heard a few things about gender and climate change. And I want to believe that I am preaching to the converted. But nevertheless, I still think that a lot of us still needs to understand why we discuss gender within the climate change issues. Over the years, a lot of people have thought that climate change is basically about science, and people look at it from the science lens. What do we need to ensure that we reduce CO2 in the atmosphere? We all know that CO2 is the primary cause of climate change, and it is due to human activities. So the question is, if it is human activities that is driving climate change, then who are the humans that we are talking about? It's just men and women, simple. So if you're talking about climate change, you must also talk about gender issues, because when we are talking about gender issues, those are the social aspects of life that makes people to be identified as a man or as a woman. So it's a social context, although the meaning of gender has been changing over time based on the way people have been using it. Just like if they want to ask you for your sex now, they say, what's your gender? And we say somebody says male or female. And we also know that a lot of things have changed within that context, but we're not going into that. What we are going to be looking at is how we, within the African context, maybe this is the way I want to look at it today. It also could be worldwide view. But what we know is that sectors where climate impact mostly are sectors where women actually are very active. I know some of you will be thinking that when we're talking about gender, we're really talking about women. Well, we need to give that background again. That when we are talking about gender, of course, we are talking about men and women. We are talking about the way women see things, the way men see things, the way men do things, the way women do things. And we must also remember that gender is not static. It can change at any point in time because it is not something that is born with us, that came with us naturally. There are some things that are naturally to men and women the way they were born. So when we are talking, we are looking at our roles, we are looking at what we do. So within the climate change context also, women do a lot of things. What do we do basically? And some of the things is that from our own context, we know women are the ones that do a lot around food in the household. They are the ones that do a lot around washing and domestic things, and that is around water. And we know that climate change is also impacting water. We also know when we are talking about food, we know that the majority of small-scale farmers are women, either in Africa or elsewhere. And then that is where we operate, and we are the ones that are responsible for taking care of the food and nutrition of our families. So I'm just going to talk about those two sectors. So see the way we act a lot. We are not saying men don't act, but their own responsibility within those two sectors are also different. So if we are looking at the impact of climate change, how does it impact on food security? For instance, okay, a woman is a smallholder farmer, is busy tilling her land and farmland, which is very small. And then the impacts of climate change comes, you could not realize the kind of harvest she's been realizing. And you know what that means? The food for the family is reduced. Income in the household is reduced based on how much she's able to sell from what she's harvested. Yeah, because due to the impact of climate change, we know that some of the impact is that it's going to affect our food, the way we grow our food, just like there's irregular rainfalls and some of those things. So if we have irregular rainfalls, or when some of the things we call irregular rainfall is that maybe at times for a very long time there may not be rain, and you know what that means for those who are into agriculture. So let's assume that's what happens. So that woman is not able to harvest, that woman is not able to sell anything, that woman is not able also to provide for our family. We also know that not in every family that we have a mother and a father. So those are some of the things we are talking about. So the way climate change impacts women is so different from the way it will impact men. For men also, they have their issues. So if they have a big farm also, a man can be a smallholder for crying out loud. So what if he goes to his farm, climate change impacts on it too. He's not able to be the breadwinner that we all know him to be most of the time. So he too is under a lot of challenges to perform as the head of the family. So different things. Then a woman trying to take care of the children, trying to bring them up, trying to use water, and then there's no water. She has to go far away to fetch water. She has to make sure that there's enough water to take care of for domestic needs and so many things. While men also go about to ensure that they are, as breadwinners, they bring something home for the family. So if both of them are impacted by climate change, do you know what it means for the family to grow up? So these are some of these basic things that we really need to visualize and begin to see how climate change affects us, both men and women, and what are going to be the solutions. What solutions are we looking at? Are we looking at just a one-stop solution that we think will work, or solutions that will help us to consult with those who are impacted, and then we hear their views, and their views are on the table, and we use their views to look for solutions for them. So this is what we mean when we're talking about gender and climate change. And when we are linking this up, these things are not removed from all the inequalities that are on the ground already. Because when we are talking in terms of climate justice, we are talking about gender justice also. Because for women, we've been looking around women's empowerment and gender equality, knowing that gender inequality is skewed against women, basically. So what do we need to do already to bring women at par with men for there to be equity and justice. We are still struggling with that before we now added the impact of climate change. And if we're not careful, the existing inequalities that is skewed against women also can work in such a way and can collaborate with the impacts of climate change to further reduce whatever gains we have actually had in terms of promoting women's empowerment over the years, knowing that gender inequality is skewed basically against women. So for me, it is very important that when we are discussing climate change, it's also about gender justice, justice for women, and to ensure that women who are more impacted by climate change also have the financial ability to address the impacts of climate change as it's happening in their lives, and especially for women who are on the front lines. And we know that a lot of women are on the front lines. They are in their rural areas, in their villages, trying to cope with irregular rainfall patterns that is affecting their farmlands. They're trying to cope with water scarcity that is induced by climate change to ensure that they have domestic water for domestic use in their homes. And then there is a whole lot of disasters also, climate-induced disasters around us, of course. How do we survive? Some women may not have that skills, maybe to swim. Some, it may be most of their livelihoods are destroyed as a result of climate-induced disasters, and they need to come back to being what they used to be before that disaster. So men also could also. So how are we dealing with these things as it happens to men and women? Who needs more emphasis? Is it men or women based on this sector that is being impacted? So these are some of the things we need to really unpack. These are some of the things we need to speak to, so that when we're talking about gender responsive climate solutions, then it means that we'll be able to do justice to the issues that affect men and women, if we're able to look at it from that angle, putting on our gender lens. So it's very, very important that when we are discussing climate change, we look at it from a gender lens and also think around finances, knowing that a lot of local people are not very sophisticated in the way climate funds are being distributed. They need something they can relate with. They need to understand how to apply for funds and how the funds get to their hands and do their things. And you know, for local women, when some of these things strike, it's not something that you can quickly put paper on pen and say, I want to start applying for money. People need urgent action and urgent funds to quickly address the impact so that they can at least get themselves normal and then be able to lead a good life as we address the impacts of climate change. I think I can stop here. Maybe we can discuss more later. Thank you.
Thank you, Titi. We could show some appreciation to Titi for her interventions. Thank you, Titi. And I think, the issues that you've raised there just helps us to deep dive into the discussion as we were just having with memory. And as you described there about how climate change is impacting women and their daily lives, I'm wondering if I could just spin a question back to yourself and to Memory. First, if I could go to Memory actually and ask her, the issues that Titi has raised about women having to walk further and for longer to get access to water, there's no food on the ground. What is it about this issue? Is it because we're not aware that this situation is happening, or is it just are we just not able to deal with them, or is it just a repeat of another story? Why is it that we're hearing the same stories over and over again, and why does the discourse not move on? So I'm wondering if I could pose that both to yourself. So first of all, Memory, I will go to you, and then Titi, I'll come back to you for your thoughts on that.
Okay.
I think that's a question where we need to keep asking ourselves in terms of how much investment is really going, in terms of reducing, for example, the labor that women have to walk, the distances that they have to walk. When we see with what's happening with climate change,
If it's access to water, for example, access to getting fuel like firewood, the basic things that women actually use. This is why you find when there are disasters, some of it is not readily available. There's sort of like blind policies, which are really blind in terms of addressing that. There isn't enough investment, to be honest, and there isn't enough move or impetus for us to say, if we go into a household, can we start sharing responsibilities? Can we look at the burden of care, which comes as a result of what is happening in the shift in the climate, the different roles? Can there be redistribution of some of the work that women have to make, so that women are able to engage in other activities that can improve the income, that can also improve their well-being? So I think we are still stuck where we are, or there isn't much movement, because there isn't enough gender analysis, which is sort of like intersecting the issues. And sometimes we go in very siloed. We are coming up with solutions on climate change. I think Titi talked about how issues around climate change, environmental solutions, most of them are looked at a very scientific, without broadening and making the intersections in terms of how does this also intersect with other issues that affect women disproportionately. And issues around violence. So there's so many other issues which can actually start coming in as we look. But I think we need to actually even shift the kind of data that we are collecting, which are informing policy. Going beyond that, the binary, just going beyond male, female, sex disaggregated, but looking at, the diversities as well. What are the stories which are coming out behind that data as well? Yeah, I'll stop for now.
Thank you, Memory, for that. And Titi, I wonder if I could go over to you and ask the same question to you. Why is the discourse not moving beyond what it has been? Are organizations still so gender blind, as Memory has put it?
Well, I'm not sure whether organizations are very much gender blind. I would really say, maybe from my own experience, please don't quote me, but I'm talking from my experience. I think a lot of people are aware about gender issues and things like that. But what I think is happening is this. You see, if we dwell too much a lot on looking at gender issues, it's good in itself, but we must, looking at things with genderless has a bit of limitation. And what are the limitations? For instance, if we look at the way climate change is impacting men and women within the smallholder farming thing, and women tell you their own issues, men tell you their own issues, and then you meet them at the point of their issues, and you continue to meet them that way. We must remember that meeting women at that level, first of all, you must remember that there are other inequalities, other challenges that are already plaguing women before the challenge of climate change is adding to it. So if we have not been able to deal with those underlying issues, and then we're having climate change and we're just looking at climate change based on the impacts that we are seeing and trying to deal with the strategic needs of the women, then we'll continue to roam around in one circle. Because when we look at the strategic needs of men and women as they come to us in terms of consultation and things like that, we must also make room to go above where they used to be. Because, for instance, I believe that when women have a particular need at a particular level, that is for that level. How do you move beyond that level to begin to see our needs from a different aspect, from a different level? Do we understand what I mean by this? For instance, now, A woman may need maybe perhaps $100 to deal with some issues. And then they ask you, what do you need $100? After spending the $100, you might need to scale up from $100 maybe to $10,000. But then if we continue to start looking at women that what they need, they are small things, these are small issues, this is the way women think, and then looking at gender norms and in the society that skilled women as just being in the kitchen, as just doing this, we also forget that at times things change and some of those circumstances also change with them. And when women change, our needs and issues also will change. So these are some of the things we need to continue to deal with. Just like the other speaker said, we need to have data. And data is never static at all. Data is never static. The data you collected in the last 3 months may change in the next 3 months. So what is data telling us? Can we continue to gather data consistently? And whatever data tells us, we use it to do policies, we use it to do intervention. So do we have those kind of consistent data that can help us to really speak to needs? So these are the issues, really. So if we continue to think that, okay, the data we have in 2021, we are still the one that you are using in 2022, things have changed. Things may have moved. So we continue to gather data consistently so that that data will inform our intervention. I think that is just one aspect of it. Then I think another aspect of it is for us also to look at addressing climate change as a developmental issues. Because if you look at climate change, we have the SDGs also, which speaks to climate change issues. I think we have the Africa that we want, Agenda 2063 for Africa. These are various policy statements and policy documents that articulate our development plans and issues. How do we marry climate change impact into all these issues and ensure that our development processes also take account of climate change? For instance, when we are talking about water stress, if you go to most of our rural areas, do we have good water infrastructures that deliver water into our homes? No, we don't. And these are developmental issues. If these developmental issues have been dealt with at the initial stage, before the impact of climate change come, I'm sure some of our problems will also be dealt with, will not be so deep the way they are. So, and that's why it's like we are doing a lot of things. It's like we are not doing everything, we are not doing much. So for us, we need to ensure that our development plans also speaks very well to the issue of climate change, or else climate change risk also canceling all the development gains we have had over the years. And I think it is really happening. It's like climate change is also pulling back all those gains we've had in development discourse. So look at your rural area. Do we have water infrastructures that can speak to water issues for us? Has those things been addressed? Are we looking at our drainages? Are they well situated? Are they well constructed in such a way that if we have heavy impact of climate change in terms of heavy rainfalls, will our gutter be able to deal with excess water that will come in? These are some of the things we need to act. So if we are not getting our development plans and interventions right, and then we are trying to bring solutions to climate change, it may cause another problem. And I think that may be the reason why we are a bit static in some of the things we do.
Thank you, Titi, for that. And I think if I could summarize what you're saying and what Memory was saying as well, I mean, at the end of the day, gender issues and climate change are so deeply intertwined with culture and societal issues, and it's very hard to separate any of this from structural inequalities and development discourse, and indeed the solutions do lie across different disciplines and boundaries. And I'm wondering, Memory, if I could ask you a question around that. You talked about this issue of engaging and talking about transformative approaches, and just bearing in mind the conversation that we've had, should we be engaging in a very different way in terms of how we talk about gender and climate change, and making sure that we're bringing in the deep-seated social and cultural inequalities that exist, and really bring it to the fore and try and change that narrative? Because indeed, you're not going to get empowerment across society unless those things are really looked at and scrutinised. So I'm wondering, Memory, if you can give me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think we need to really go much into more depth. I like what Titi said around the inequalities, really look at the gender inequalities. But also, I think when we come up with interventions, so for example, if it's an intervention on adaptation and we are providing cash transfers, for example, or we are bringing together skills, information, I think it's important for us to say who is in control and who has access to that, using some of those tools and some of those lenses, because most of the times we come up with fantastic solutions. We can talk about gender. Oh yes, they need these sort of like energy saving stoves, for example, solar. But are we going deeper to say, what does that mean in terms of when we introduce such technologies? Yes, they may be welcome. Yes, there may be a solution. But are we also looking at who will have control? How do we start addressing the other issues that go with such interventions? And for me, this is when we talk about gender transformative action, when we talk about gender transformative tools. I think this is what it allows. So it actually allows to broaden. So the framework allows broadening of asking certain questions which would ordinarily not be asked, but I think questions which ensure that communities both benefit, families both benefit. I think what I like about being in the gender feminist movement is we always say the personal is political, and how interventions are just not superficial. They're looking at what is the underlying power issues, who controls, who has power over, power under. So everything, even in the climate change, in the climate justice space, this is why it's important to use these transformative tools and have a framing which really examines the root issues and goes beyond just saying, okay, this is what we are saying, this is what the solution should be. So going even beyond the binary, and just looking at things as either this or either that. I think the frameworks, when you ask about, how should we be framing and looking at gender issues differently, I think we should start thinking about them as looking at some of the hidden underlying issues that ordinarily would not be considered, like the inequalities. I think we can move with that example to say the way climate change affects men and women is different, and what are some of the issues and why is it like that? So asking those questions, and I think for the summer school, even for the participants, is using how do they use that in their work, even in applying, even in research, even in academia, in coming up with knowledge, whose knowledge is actually coming out when we talk about having interventions for women. Is their voice, are we talking or addressing the realities that they face, or we are just making assumptions? So whose voice is actually coming out in some of these spaces? So I think in a nutshell, it's the beauty of talking and using gender frameworks, gender tools, is that it goes beyond just like what is out there. Yeah, so I hope that answers.
It does
or
actually.
say something.
Yeah, and I think you've made it very, very clear there. It is about unpacking different layers of issues and trying to get to the bottom of what's actually happening on the ground, and rather than being superficial and just presenting the case, because we're never going to get to sustainable solutions and long-lasting solutions until we dig a bit deeper. And I'm just wondering, in the interest of time, I'd like to now use this opportunity to ask if there are any questions from the audience for Memory and Titi before we head into lunch about some of the issues. And I'd like you to think about what we were talking about in terms of digging deep, and whether you relate to the issues of gender and inequality, and whether you're aware of these issues already, and how you think things need to be taken forward. So we're open to questions from the audience, if there are any questions for our speakers. There are 3 questions right here, so 1, 2, and 3. The first one. The lady, yeah, and then.
Thank you very much. I am Lusungu from Malawi, and thank you for the interesting conversations, because the project I'm working on, it's also on gender and climate change. But I've been having challenges. Firstly, I think the issue after implementation, I feel it's not about having women at par with men, but changing the narrative, because we are evolving. Even the communities which we work with are also evolving. So to me, I thought it would be good to have holistic approaches. When we talk about women empowerment, why can't we advocate for projects that are tackling issues to do with access maybe to finance? At the same time, the women should own the means of production. But then, beyond that, the women should also know on their own how to engage with things to do with environmental protection on their own. Because with years of implementation, what I've noticed is when the women when you bring a project, you say, no, we have to integrate with gender dialogue sessions. Maybe we have to bring in the men so that we try to bring the balance. But by the end of the day, what happens is the women would be happy to engage and everything, but they'll still go back to the men with what they have managed to find from the project. Then the men are still in control. So what can we do about it? Women from the communities, we might think maybe women are interested in water. Maybe women are interested in clean cooking, but they have needs which are beyond that. And when they're having those needs beyond these basic needs, men are also there targeting those needs. So how do we bring in such projects which have a very unique niche, per se, that we still protect the women in quest of gender equality? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. If we can go to, if I can take 3 questions at a time. This lady, right. Can I just suggest, in the interest of time, because I think we're running up for lunch, if you could just keep your question very concise for the speakers, and then we'll get some answers.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Najma from Somalia, and we have a common problem as we are African women. As we all know, we have the same problem for getting education, getting job. Even we are not free for financial. As we all know, you say you empower for the women anytime. When we want to empower for the women, I'm a feminist. I advocate for the women in Somalia. So we have met a lot of challenges for the men, even the community, even some of the women that are working for that community. How can we overcome for that issues? Because we have a lot of problems. So the other thing that I need is we need, as we all know, we don't have any financial support for these issues. They say every time you say we empower for the women, so we need free for the men. We need free for the men for any issues. We have to have free business for our own issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question, and we'll just take the third one, which is right at the front here.
Bonjour, je suis Alice du Burundi, je veux parler en français. Ma question était de savoir si ma question, c'est de savoir si vous pouvez regarder sur un autre angle, vu qu'en Afrique, on a des problèmes patriarcaux et que souvent les femmes sont empêchées par leur mari d'aller travailler et travailler en communauté. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas moyen d'impliquer les hommes dès le début des projets pour que ces hommes pour que ce soit les hommes qui sensibilisent les femmes pour faire ce travail de l'autonomisation de la femme? Est-ce que vous avez déjà pensé à cela pour voir s'il y a une manière de le mettre en place? Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think what I'll do is I'll go to Memory, first of all, to answer maybe the first question, and then TT, if you can handle the second and the third questions, if it's okay. So Memory, changing the narrative, how do we change the narrative and do things differently? That was a question from our Malawian friend.
So I think in terms of doing things differently, we need more awareness. I think I talked about having more awareness, having data that we can actually use for our policy making, having political will, because it's one thing to keep speaking, to keep pushing the gender agenda, but if there's no political will to change or to shift, I think we'll always have. And when you talk about political will, it doesn't, we've been talking about how we need more women to be in decision making. Yes, we need to have more women, but we also need to support the women who will be in decision making spaces to be able to really propel an agenda and to put in place policies that can result in transformation. But also to recognize that we need allies. So to shift narratives and to do things differently, we need allies. I think the last speaker talked about how do we engage having men as allies, but also men who are aware. And I think the bottom line is when we really now start talking and going deep, it's about the privileges that most men have, and they are born with certain privileges, and to fight and get those privileges out, no one is willing to cede their right to inheriting land and giving their sister land, for example. So even when it comes to distribution, and if the distribution, or say there's a disaster and there's distribution of foodstuffs or resources, if they're not looking into, if they just say the head of the house, and the patriarchal mindset is the head of the house should be a man, and not considering that there could be child-led houses, there could be women-led houses, then that already creates a skew. So yes, more awareness, more political will, and really joining force. And I think this is what we are doing to say we are working within the climate justice. We are also making sure that there is a specific and intentional application of a gendered lens. Yeah.
Thank you, Mimi, for that. And Titi, I hope you're still with us. Is she still?
I'm here.
Kitty, are you there? Okay, great. So I wonder if you could handle the questions 2 and 3, and I guess they're very related. How do we overcome empowerment for women? And that relates to the third questions that it's the patriarchal system. How do we sensitize men? And indeed, how then do we achieve justice and human rights and tackle inequalities for women, in particular, from the impacts of climate change?
Yeah, thank you very much. I can hear the question, the third question clearly, but can you please repeat the second question?
The second question was around, it's very related, right? It's about how to overcome empowerment for women.
Okay, empowerment for women. Yeah, well, we must first of all understand one thing, that for a very long time, a lot of our women have been recruited into patriarchy, whether you like it or not. And we actually are the ones that are actually perpetuating patriarchy, because we teach our children the way they need to look as a woman, what they need to do, and how they need to take care of men and things like that. So the truth of the matter is that to remove that kind of mindset from somebody who already, like when you are born, you have been socialized into that kind of patriarchal processes and things like that, it takes time. So most of the things we really need to do is really to do a lot of awareness to we as women, to really change our mindsets about the way we see men and women. Honestly, this is the real starting point for us. Very, very important, because when you have been recruited into patriarchy from birth, it's going to be very hard for you to think in another way and start looking at things differently. Like, okay, I'm a woman, I have a right to lead my life the way it is. Some of the things they are doing is an injustice to me. A lot of us women also don't even see some of these things as injustice. And that is why you can give a woman money and eventually just land it in the hands of his husband. In the hands of our husband. But yet, we must also remember also that it's a family thing. And when women get money, they remember their family. Research have really proved that. So there are a lot of things we need to do. As much as we want to change the narrative, we need to speak more to women, and making men our allies is also very, very important also. And how do we ensure that we do this? We also need to have a way of approaching men and explaining these things to them and letting them understand it and seeing it as a justice issue, really. Because whatsoever is happening now, there's a lot of imbalance, there's inequality, and where you see inequality, there's injustice. And for any person that wants to realize their full potentials and human rights, you need to address issues as they are, as a justice issue. And that's why I think we're having what we call climate justice, because there's an injustice embedded in the issue of climate change. And that's where we're thinking around climate justice. So we need to pull out the injustice issues, let people understand it. And then when people understand this as an injustice and they're like, oh, if this is done also to me, how would I have felt? And then people start thinking, okay, can we have solutions that speaks to justice issues, to have justice for women, equity, and fairness? This is very, very important. And just as Memory have said, we also need to talk to our policymakers, because the policymakers are the ones that make the policy. If we really have the ears of our policymakers, then we are on our way to what we call the political will. Because a lot of people say there's no political will. Of course, if there's no political will, there are some people who are holding on to that will. And we need to negotiate with those people. We need to talk to them. We need to break those silos. For instance, there are times when maybe at a particular point in time, some of us didn't get it right much. We think that talking only to women will help us. We need to talk to men also differently. And there could also be a space where men and women also come together to discuss, depending on the context. So there are different issues here and there are different contexts. So we need to look at the context. What is happening in Nairobi may not happen in Lagos, where I stay. So what are the contexts in Nairobi? How do I ensure that I speak to
Okay, I think we've lost Titi for the moment, but what I just want to say is to thank Titi and thank Memory for their interventions. And just to summarise this session, it's about changing mindsets and breaking silos. So I think in the run-up to lunch, it's a good point in which we can stop and break and reflect on that, how we change mindsets and break those silos. I'd like to thank Titi and for Memory for their interventions. This is indeed a conversation that could go on and on and on. I think we've only just scratched the surface. There's a lot more to be done and said, but in the meantime, please give your thanks to Memory and to Titi for their interventions this morning. Okay, so I think we're good.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Tassin and Memory for joining us for this discussion. I believe that when we give women the power and we empower them, they can solve the issues we have. I'm always easier. I never speak after our moms have spoke. Thank you, our mothers. For those who are participating online, we're happy that you're joining us and you're actively throwing in your comments. Together we are connected, and everyone in this room, we want to thank you. It is high time before maybe we go to lunch. Allow me invite the Acting Executive Director, Mr. Mwangi, to say something before we leave for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Young people, hoye. Africa, hoye. Do you still believe we have hope in Africa? Yes. Well, I think you'll agree with me so far. You have been able to interact with highly charged panelists and speakers. And this is why Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice is very, very special. Are you noticing a difference between the courses you've studied so far and what you've been hearing from this school? Is there a difference? Because we actually chose the very, very best for you. I want to mention that the two ladies that just left the floor, Professor Tassin and Memory Kachambo, just like the other panelists and the other speakers who have spoken before, are not just ordinary people. When you see Professor Tassin sacrificing her time all the way from the University of Glasgow, I should tell you before, actually when we went to Glasgow for COP, every day, and I can guarantee, she received actually about 6, requests, to speak, during COP26. On average of 6 requests. Of course, she could not manage all of them, and she should pick just a few. Now, when you see Memory, who is executive director of FemNet, actually coming in person and not setting her agenda vocal points at FemNet and coming all the way, it means she really, really values this process. And she values the young people of this continent. FemNet is actually the biggest, feminist organization in Africa, really focusing on the issues of gender and, again, climate change. And she's not very much available. She's a very, very busy lady. And therefore, seeing her also coming and sacrificing, really to be here, it's such a big, 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 big honor. So we would have just selected, probably academicians to just sit with you and maybe take you through the courses. But we decided to select, practitioners who are in the field to come and talk to you. I know you probably also heard from, actually, Dr. Dorcas here, the chair of UNESCO. And she's a very busy lady, I can guarantee. And seeing her seated here for some days with you, honestly, you must actually start seeing how seriously we take the matters of the young people in this continent. You are the people, on whose shoulders we are actually putting the burden of Africa. And I think you are taking this particular issue seriously. I hope you are taking all the sessions seriously. I know I'm seeing people on the phones, but I know you are tweeting. I know you are communicating with the rest of the people. But I honestly hope you are not wasting this opportunity that is very, very unique. This is the second cohort, to attend this unique summer school. So you are very, very privileged. You are very lucky to be seated here and to listen to the experts and practitioners in the field. I know you heard from the likes of Professor Tanka here, who is also a very busy man, in Cameroon. He's busy, innovating, coming up with innovations on energy. And I'm sure you have had some opportunity to probably interact with him and to get to hear more about what is happening in the field. When you see Professor Mwajuma seated there, where's Professor? This guy is actually a retired Vice Chancellor of University of Alex Kweme, all the way from Nigeria. How many people get an opportunity to be taught, by a Vice Chancellor from a university? Honestly speaking, I'm sure you heard from the likes of Osafo, one of the highest ranking guys in the AGN. I'm sure you'll be hearing from Sen Inafo, who will also be joining us, I think, from tomorrow. So kindly take this opportunity, and also get to interact with them. Because you also, like Dr. Dorcas mentioned, you're taking this opportunity also to, to interact with them and to get some more networks. I know we have Professor Christoph Shorte, who actually talked to you yesterday again, a very, very prominent, professional, joining all the way, from his country, coming to join us and to be with you here. So I know we have 2 days remaining, but kindly, please, don't take this as just any other short course you have attended. This is very special, and really, we want to see impact at the end of the day. So I know I'm standing between you and your range, and therefore there's competition between, the enzymes, that are threatening to digest your intestines. And therefore I don't want to take so much time, but I just want to appreciate our speakers so far, and to ask you really to take this very seriously, interact with them. Please get their cards, if you can manage to get a card from them, and please make that particular follow-up. Are we together? We are implementing a project we are calling African Activists on Climate Justice, where Memory and our organization, Feminist, are members, and we are grateful, for this partnership and really for sacrificing your time to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director, for those good remarks. I don't know how we can be able to thank you, but for now, let us wave on the hair and say hi. And say hi. I want to believe that our Executive Director, acting, has been able to take that in. So shortly, we are going for our lunch. Our buses are ready here with us. Some few announcements are going to be posted on the group. So keenly, if your name appears in that group, please follow the guidelines you'll be provided. Thank you. Wish you well in your lunch.
I join my voice with the Pakja audience to welcome you all to the second Nairobi Summer School. This has become a global movement, especially for building resilience and adaptation, mitigation towards climate change. It's basically putting in place building blocks for our youths in order to address climate change. Last year, first Nairobi Summer School on climate justice was excellent, but this year we want to build on the building blocks we have established and moving towards implementation, moving towards practicals, getting the youth to be involved hands-on on how we can collectively address the issues of climate change. This is significant because Pakjal is not just building a movement, we're relying on the youths to cause the change in our generation.
I'm an environmental engineer from Egypt, and I'm here as a representative of Yes Love Egypt, YLE. And yeah, I'm pretty happy to be in this summer school. It's a great opportunity for African youth, and to be chosen to attend this summer school, it's a super great opportunity. My overview of summer school so far, I think today we have engaged with most of the stakeholders of the issue, and it makes me super proud to see all of those African youth interacting together from all of those African nations, and they are very progressed and very developed, and they have the knowledge and they have the power and they have the experience, and it makes me more proud to be from this continent and to know more about their work and the work of my brothers and colleagues.
Climate Justice School is actually an avenue to capacity build young persons, to build their understanding of the UNFCCC processes. And for me as an alumni, one of the things I've been able to do is to actively engage in the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network, having gained the necessary knowledge from the first session in 2021. I'm happy to see the caliber of resource persons that Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA, have been able to bring for this year's edition. And I am very certain that with the caliber of young climate activists that we have, COP27 is going to be an African COP.
From Summer School 1, we formed a network of youth from all over Africa that are representing us at the COP, at the Conference of Parties. Last year was at Glasgow, and this year we are looking to go to Egypt. We are trying to enhance the capacity of the youths so that they might understand the UNFCCC process. They might be able to very well advocate climate change, because climate change is a science and we need facts. So that is why Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, together with other partners like CIDA, decided that they need to bring youths together to enhance their capacity, so that when we go to COP, we have facts and we know what we are really advocating for, because the negotiation process is a continuous process.
Our greediness, our corrupt mind, our carelessness, we destroy anything and everything that you birth planet Earth. Some of our ways of farming, causing soil erosion, the pesticides we use killing off the productive bees. The earth is the motherland that gives us life. Let's protect our motherland. So as the commander-in-chief, I will chant and fight like a brave knight in a starless night with all my might. I charter for a green future. So, what do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now. What do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now.
What do you want?
Climate justice.
When do you want it?
Now.
As the world leaders continue dragging their feet in seeking lasting solution to the existential threat to mankind, Africa continues to sink deeper in devastating impacts of climate change. The IPCC data has laid it bare the sad reality that the situation is getting worse year after year. In fact, according to the last report released in February, it's actually indicating that warming projections at the medium scenarios indicate that extensive areas of Africa will actually exceed 2 degrees temperature rise by the last 2 decades of this century, relative to the late 20th century mean annual temperature, and all of Africa at high emission scenarios. The report further indicates that it is likely that the average temperature over Africa will rise faster than the global average, particularly in the more arid areas, and that the rate of increase in minimum temperature will actually exceed that of the maximum temperatures. Now, this unabated temperature rise can only mean more frequent drought occurrences, erratic rainfall patterns, which translates to famine and loss of life. Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution of civil society actors in the quest for climate justice cannot be overemphasized. We need a strong civil society movement capable of putting governments to task and reminding them constantly of their responsibility to tackle the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, such a movement cannot be complete with variable contribution of the young people of this continent. PACTURE has been the front line in mobilizing civil society fraternity, and especially the youth, to actually agitate for climate justice in the continent. We initiated the Young Digital Activist Program a few months ago, from last year, which is incredibly transformational indeed. Young digital activists across 12 countries in Africa have been instrumental in digital advocacy in the continent. Our goal, of course, is to upscale this model across 51 countries where PACTURE has active presence. Now, PACTURE remains very much committed to working with African youths and to mentor them to become the leaders of today and tomorrow. Last month, like I mentioned, we partnered with WRI and Sustainable Energy for All to sponsor over 20 youths to attend a workshop on just transition in Kigali. And I want to mention that they went through rigorous training, including one of the trainers who was actually the former president of Ireland, and that is Mary Robinson. She was actually one of the high dignitaries that trained our young people. But again, last week, we supported tens of youths to hold a unique conference at the sidelines of Chogam, like I mentioned earlier, and they came up with a statement, and this statement really has received a lot of attention across the world.
We are determined to contribute meeting national and international climate and environmental goals. By far, our greatest climate and environmental impact is indirect through the initiatives that we are implement our partners like PACTURE in this case. SIDA is increasing its ambition and changing its administration in order to prevent and counter the effects of the three interconnected crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It is apparent that subsequent financial and technical support from SIDA since 2012 has provided the needed leverage not only for programmatic work, but also for PACTURE's own institutional development, including the increasing number of designated national platforms, now more than
working without litters and disposal. We love our city clean. This message is from 92.3 Nigeria Info.
someone brings an aspect that we need to talk about Africa as a business, then people start. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We want to start and get back to the evening session, which will be very, very, very interactive. So quickly, let's settle back. If you're standing, maybe secure your seat, please. After a heavy meal, in an African way, people just welcome sleep. I will not allow that. I will not allow that. I want us to do something very quickly. Could you allow me request that we stand up quickly? Kindly let us be stand. I want to hope that we are connected online and the online team is following us keenly. We want to do a quick energizer for ourselves. So in a special way, kindly let us stand up. Let us stand up. Hi, can you hear me? After a heavy meal in an African context, I believe that people are very tired. So look at your left, look at your right, and tell neighbor, are you there? Neighbor, can you be able to see me? Neighbor, do you know me? What do you want to know about me? Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we stand still, as still we are on our stand, I want to invite one of our own, a very special lady, all the way from the southern part of the Republic of Africa, to get us a very good energizer, our lady from Lesotho. We want to do that good energizer of the clicking sound. Come and take us through that.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Ntat. Oh. Okay, thank you very much for granting me an opportunity to share an energizer. My name is Ntatisi, and I'm from the beautiful country that is the Mountain Kingdom of Lesotho. And I'm going to do an energizer with my language, which is very interesting language, but very difficult. It has some special clicks. I hope you will like it. Should I start demonstration? Are we ready? Okay. So I will give the instructions. I'm not a good dancer, but okay.
Okay, quickly, sorry for that interruption. I'm told because of the cameras, let us be seated. For us to be connected online, let us be seated as we get an energizer from our sister, please.
Okay, thank you. But we will stand up after demonstration, right? Okay, I'm going to sing and you are going to respond. Your response will always be like, coo, 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 coo. Do you get it? Okay, hello? Hello? Okay, here it goes like this. I'm going to say, Tarashoho, coo, 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 Galitoho, coo, 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 Galeli, coo, 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 Tarali heta, coo, 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 Galitoho, coo, 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 Galeli, coo. Coo, 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 Saralitega. Coo, 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 Kalitoho. Coo, 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 coo. Wait. Okay. Oh. When I say Saralitega, coo. Wait. We are going to use the hand, but you have to wait.
tshwara hlooho, qhu, 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 ka letsoho, qhu, 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 ka le leng, qhu, 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 tshwara lehetla, qhu, 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 ka letsoho, qhu, 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 ka le leng, qhu, 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 tshwara letheka, qhu, 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 ka letsoho, qhu, 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 ka le leng, qhu, 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 itshokotse, hlwi, 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 hlwi.
Okay, we have seen the instructions, right? Are we ready to perform our energizer? Let us stand up. Okay.
tshwara hlooho, qhu, 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 ka letsoho, qhu, 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 ka le leng, qhu, 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 tshwara lehetla, qhu, 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 ka letsoho, qhu, 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 ka le leng, qhu, 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 tshwara letheka, qhu, 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 ka letsoho, qhu, 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 ka le leng, qhu, 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 itshokotse, hlwi, 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 itshokotse, hlwi, hlwi, hlwi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, our sister. Thank you, our sister. That was a very beautiful one. After a very heavy meal, so let's settle down. Hope we are all settled. That was a very nice one in a very special way. Just give her flowers or receive flowers. Thank you. Now, allow me, with my confined powers, to welcome the next presenter, who is going to take us through a very interactive session on the linkages between SDGs and climate justice. I'm told we're going to have group discussions quickly after we continue. We will have further instructions on how our group discussions will go. This is one of our own, who is Julius Mbatia, who is the Global Climate Justice Program Manager. Julius, where you are, kindly, we set the floor free for you. As Julius is here, I'm told we are joined with the members of the department in Kenyatta University School of Environmental Studies. Dr. Mingate is here with us. Kindly wave where you are. We're good. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Do I give you a cuckoo greeting? Cuckoo. Okay, fine. I've disrupted her energizer system. I won't do it again. All right. My name is Julius Mbatia, as introduced. I would want to start, and I would love if we settled down, all of us. Great. Thanks a lot. Mine is very simple today, to just unpack this thing, this linkage for all of us. I will be taking you through linkages between climate justice and the SDGs. And the SDGs, we all of us are aware that means the Sustainable Development Goals, right? Great. So I will not take a lot of time. I know we had seen quite some time allocated in the program, but I would love us to engage and to just make sure that we are in a conversation. I have been introduced by my brother. Thank you so much. Okay, so as he sorts out the digital stuff, I would want to start this conversation with a quick question, all right? So who here can say all the SDGs from 1 to 17 and what they stand for? Who is it that can narrate SDG 1 to 17? And is there someone who can do that? Off head, don't read, just off head. SDG 1 is on, SDG 2 is on 3, 4, 5 until 17. Anyone in the room? No one? Okay, beautiful, because I also cannot. So that puts us on the same level, and that means that we are going to have a conversation regarding this topic. So what we will be doing this afternoon is simple. One, getting to really understand the background of the Sustainable Development Goals, more of the high-level picture around how they came into being and what they are for. And then secondly, which is the most important part of this conversation, is to get to situate climate change within the different contexts of the development discourse and the political discourse at the global level. And then thirdly, we will be able to understand and unpack the climate justice concept, which is a very important concept. I need my laptop, or guide me. Or next, okay. All right, so that's what we'll be doing, and then we will break into small groups and just get to check whether we can actually place climate change in all SDGs and whether we can be able to get what I call a framing for climate justice within the Sustainable Development Goals. Are we together? Great. So let's go on then. Yeah, I got it right. So all of us would appreciate the fact that in 2015, 193 member states came together and agreed on what we are calling the global blueprint, the global sustainable development blueprint, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, these goals, as you all of us know, are 17, and they have their own nature and character. And within the 17 goals, they are what we call targets. And most of the people talk about the goals, but forget about the targets. So today, I would want us to mark the word targets, because this is exactly what is measurable. It's what exactly we would need as a global community to deliver for us to get to a point and say we are actually achieving sustainable development for all. Now, these goals are built within some parameters. And what I always say at a personal level is that there are a couple of what I would call principles around which we want to build sustainability or model sustainability. And these are the ones I've put there. One is peace. The second one is justice. The third one is inclusivity. And then what we would get to talk about later are sustainable societies. So we would appreciate that without peace, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot survive on this earth. We would appreciate that some people are marginalized. There are special groups within our society, and how the society is organized is different. Different people have got a different place within the society. And what would be helpful for all of us is to make sure that within our diversity, everyone has got access to justice. And then thirdly, and within justice, that's where we have a lot of things to do with the rule of law. And there's no economy, there's no society that can excel without the rule of law. And that has got another line of it, if you want to unpack that better, into the kinds of governance systems within there. And we would also want to make sure that we appreciate that how we live at the end of the day has got an implication on what is around us. And what is around us then is what we would want to understand and then get back to how we live and ask ourselves, how exactly is sustainable? How exactly is how we live sustainable? And can we actually form and forge partnerships that allow us to get into the realm of sustainable societies? So a couple of things have been done since 2015. One of them has been to try and categorize the SDGs. And there are two sets of categorization or framing that allow us to see through all of the Sustainable Development Goals. One is what we would call the 5 Ps, letter P. And there are 5 of them, and they're the ones I've put there. So one is people. The second one is what you can see, planet. The third one is prosperity. And the last one, or the second last is peace. And then we have partnership. Now, all the SDGs fall within these categories. If you think about people, and I would want to get, this is a very participatory session, so I'll be asking a couple of questions. So if you think about people, what is SDG 1 about? Could you shout? I encourage chorus answers. No, sorry? About poverty. Okay, so could someone add something before poverty? End poverty, all right? Now, what about SDG 2? 0 hunger. 3, health. You can Google by there, you can Google these things and then just shout. We all of us have to be experts at some point. And then, so if you think about those things, I love walking when I'm presenting, so I'm feeling like I'm blocked. I can't move. If you think about the people, the SDGs 1 to 5 provide the fundamental essence around which we should be able to encourage living on Earth, all right? So we should have all the things you've talked about being met for everybody to live and to live a life that is dignified. So that is SDG 1. It's about people. It's about us. It's about our existence and coexistence. Secondly, it's about the planet. All right, so what is the planet about? SDG 6. What is SDG 6 about? Clean water? Great. Let me tell you, I don't know these things off head. So what you say is correct. Make sure you're telling me the correct thing, all right? All right, SDG 12. I'm taking that as I'm not so sure because all of you are giving me different things. SDG 13, I know because it's climate action, isn't it? And that's why we are in summer school, right? And 14? And 15? Now you're doing well. So it's about life. It's about life on Earth. It's about how we get to coexist with nature. It's actually about thinking about nature before we think about our future and asking the question, how are we living our now in nature that would allow us, again, the generations to come, live in the same nature, getting to accrue the same benefits from nature while not compromising on the existence of nature. SDG 3, the number 3 is prosperity. Who is it that wouldn't like to prosper? You know, we have to prosper at the end of the day. When you get from poverty, you'd want to prosper into something. You want to be lifted from a position, a situation of hunger into some sort of prosperity. And we have a couple of SDGs, SDG 7 on energy, which is really important in powering economies. And we'll be talking about probably that later on. And then SDG 8 to 11. I won't go through all that. But if you think about prosperity, prosperity is grounded on how we get to utilize our natural resources, our God-given resources within planet Earth. And also, it's about how we get to distribute those resources. It's about also how we get to ensure that the institutions we have are able to promote fairness, equal distribution and equality, at the same time able to ensure that we are not extracting, but we are making use through very useful ways. And by that I mean being resource conscious. Last, but not last, but peace comes in. Peaceful society, I talked about that, and we can see what's going on in the world today. You've seen what the war in Russia and Ukraine has done to the global economy right now. And not just the global economy because it's one connected economy, but because if you think about production, value chains, and systems of connectivity, we are living, yes, within that one connected world where peace in one area would largely mean lack of peace in other means in another different area. Partnership, SDG 17. And I will end very early for us to be able to partner. So as I said, we will not use the whole time. There's another kind of classification that we largely borrow from the objectives, or rather we look at the pillars or objectives. And this is what I've put up here. So if you think about the social SDGs, if you think about SDGs that fall within the purview of the economic system, and then the SDGs that fall under the purview of the environment. Do we want to answer these questions? Would you want to try? All right, the first person, who can give me SDGs under the economic pillar? I can see a hand, yes? Poverty? I told you, please, don't give me wrong answers. You'd rather Google and then tell me. All right, here. Decent work and economic growth. Right. That's SDG 8. Yes, a hand there. Zero hunger. Yes. I've heard that this is very correct. I don't know who has said it though, which is okay. The lady there as well. SDG number 12. Great. So, colleagues, I want to move, but I cannot. Can I get the other mic, please? Check. Okay, great. So, if you think about this sphere and ask the question, how does production happen? Rather, how do we generate value from what we have under the environmental pillar and be able to monetize that value under the economic pillar and be able to ensure that everybody within the society is able to get a piece of that value. So this is another dimension of being able to see through the SDGs. We might not go into the depth because this is general knowledge, but this is where our conversations start now. If you think about climate change and what climate change is, how would we correctly place climate change within the socio-political, economic dimensions of our realities? That's the question I want us to answer now. Because if you don't understand this, you can't see through the SDGs and make connections and be able to contribute meaningfully to this development discourse. So I want us to go through this quickly. Climate change, all of us would appreciate that largely in the past has been viewed as an environmental issue. But now climate change is not just an environmental issue. It's an everything issue. And I'm putting everything there for us to appreciate that it falls across board. So if we want to situate climate change, we would think about climate change as an equity issue. Then how does climate change play out as an equity issue? We know in Africa, for example, that we are the least contributors, but certainly the most affected. We know that the people who've contributed to the crisis do not suffer as much as the people who are on the front line of that crisis. It's an equity issue. We also would appreciate that climate change now has gotten us to the politics of transition, transitioning from a certain model of economic development, which is exhaustive, extractive and exhaustive, to a model which is low greenhouse gas climate resilient. In the politics of transition, we are being pushed as countries in the global south, because we have committed to this as well, to think about tackling what we call energy poverty. And within the reality of a highly modernized economy, if you think about the global north, energy has powered development in those countries. Now, when you think about transitioning, you must think about what exactly would be the means by which we power our economy if we have fossil fuels being pushed out of the energy production system. So have to think about energy poverty as a people, as a society. Climate change as an economic development issue, really closely tied to energy, but also in this case, we think about the high poverty rates. You cannot withstand the impacts of climate change if you're poor. And I like being very practical. If it hits today and you have only saved $500 compared to a billionaire somewhere who has saved whatever amount of money, the billionaire is better placed for him or her to recover than you are. True or false? So that's why the Paris Agreement says that we will tackle climate change in the context of what? Poverty eradication and sustainable development. So if you think about climate change, then you must ask yourself, how does climate change contribute to poverty? And how does poverty contribute to climate vulnerability? And how do I tackle the two at the same time? So that's one example. And then you would think about the costs that come with climate change. If you think of this continent, we are pushed to commit 6 to 9% of our GDP annually to tackling climate change impacts. This is money that would have gone to the health sector and provided hospitals for children or for our mothers. But we are now pushed to reorganize our budgets and tackle a problem that we never in the first place. If you think about the economic transformation aspect of it, I told you climate change is now not an environmental issue, it's a cross-cutting issue, it's affecting our economies, and we've gotten to a point where we are appreciating the fact that we have to change our economic model for us to survive. So then what is the new economic paradigm that we are being introduced to, or we have to get into? And this is the paradigm that says that you have to be within the means of nature. Live within those means and do not introduce greenhouse gases, and you must be resilient to climate change impacts. So that has got its own issue, because when we are modeling the new economic model, questions of equity come in. Now, climate change as a demographic issue. We've all of us seen around the world how we young people have risen up to fight for climate justice, because we understand the risks and we are convicted that if nothing is done, our life in the next few years and the lives of those coming will be much more difficult. So this is what climate change points us to, thinking about building intergenerational partnerships to tackle the climate crisis. Think about climate change as a systemic and structural issue. And you would come to realize, for example, that Africa, which is the most affected, is still, unfortunately, the least engaged in climate diplomacy. At the same time, we have our own development issues. Now, climate change multiplies those issues. While those issues exist, our own governance and structural systems are not able to address climate change in time. Do we have response mechanisms? Are they actually institutionalized? How do we respond if you think about the entire policy frameworks, institutions, structures that make decisions? So climate change is coming in to tell us, if you do not think governance, you'll be wiped out. Now, so what do we do? I've just given you examples of situating climate change. When the SDGs came into being, one of the things that we appreciated is across all these things, there's a place that you can find for the climate justice discourse. Are we together? But now, what is this climate justice discourse that we want to find a place for it in the Sustainable Development Goals? Now, let me ask a very good question. Well, I don't want to judge my question, whether it's good or not. It could be bad. But is there climate change in peace and justice? Yes or no? You can say that confidently, eh? Is there climate change in good jobs and economic growth? Is there climate change in clean water and sanitation? Yes. The yeses are getting more. Is there climate change in no hunger? Yes. Poverty? Yes. Lastly, let me make it fun. Is there climate change in climate action?
Definitely.
All right. So what is this climate justice discourse that we are talking about? And I want you to understand these things, because then probably not even probably, but this is why we are here today, to understand what climate justice means for us as people of Africa, and why so, and how do we advance climate justice. All right? So first, we appreciate, and I've said this, that climate change will increase inequalities and poverty. All right? Now, these struggles of poverty, the struggles of inequalities, the struggles of marginalization, all of the struggles around meaningful health and access to services delivered by government, all those struggles fall within what we call the social justice struggles. Are we together? Now, these social justice struggles, what we are saying is that by the virtue of climate change increasing the burden on people, these social justice struggles will be much more. And therefore, climate justice, social justice must incorporate what we are talking about, climate justice, climate change struggles in them. So you can't talk about right to land and miss to talk about right to land in the context of climate justice. You can talk about right to health and forget to talk about right to health in the context of exceeding climate impacts that are hampering. My English and my mother tongue are the same thing. So that get to hamper access to health. Are we together? Now, secondly, climate justice addresses the intersection between what we call green ecological concerns. How many of you know about this green discourse, green development? What is it? What is green development about? Anyone? Green, go green. What is this go green thing about? Anyone? Okay, there's a hand, right? You want to try, please?
Okay, my name is Florida Raymond from Tanzania. And go green, go green means like we have to do all the things that will not harm our environment, like planting trees, making sure we go green by planting trees as much as we can. For example, in Tanzania, the capital city of Tanzania, there's a problem of there's less trees. So what we do, we have a campaign of Go Green in Dodoma. So what we do, we plant trees to make sure Dodoma grows green. Thank you.
Could we clap for her at least? Thank you so much. And you've done it well. Great. So the intersection between us being able to live within means of nature, not destroying nature through degradation, and being able to produce within ecologically valuable or ecologically sensitive purviews means that we have a new economic model that is shaping out, one that thinks about nature. The former one is the red one, where we never thought about anything. We were extractive, or people are extractive, powered by capitalism. People are so extractive, we don't think about the losses in nature. We just think about what? Profit. All right? Now, how do you put climate justice at the center of those two? That's a question that we want us to discuss later. But because then climate justice builds the intersections between the green growth agenda, the green economy agenda, and the one that we are getting past. And I'll show you how. Next, climate justice is the recognition of responsibility. The responsibility that historical emissions largely came from who? Industrialized countries. And because of that, there are people who are more affected. And if you think about these people, these are the people who are poor, who don't have access to what I'm about to say. Finance, capacity, technology. So those things get us to be very vulnerable to climate change impacts. We didn't cause it, someone caused it. We are most affected disproportionately. And that means then that in tackling climate change, we have to have a just division, fair sharing, and equitable distribution of the benefits and burdens of climate change and responsibilities thereof. We know that climate change has provided us some opportunities in some parts of the world, isn't it? Some parts never used to receive rain, now they are receiving. Some it's getting worse, others rain is erratic as never before. Now we are talking about climate jobs, right? We are talking about the possibility of innovating around tackling the climate crisis. Those are benefits, and there are costs of climate change itself, where you want to settle the costs of loss and damage, settle the costs of adaptation. So if you think about climate justice does not say climate action now. Climate justice says just division, fair sharing, and equitable distribution now. So you're introducing the element of justice within the climate change discourse. And in these efforts, what we really want are solutions that respond to the needs of communities at the local level. And these solutions are called real solutions. You can also call them transformative solutions. The struggle, again, at the community level, where communities want to rise above solutions that are not real, that result into maladaptation. I hope by now you've heard of maladaptation. Those struggles are also climate justice struggles. So if you're getting an intervention at the community level that is not working for the community, and the community wants a change, then that is a climate justice struggle. Why? Because there's no change being delivered through your intervention. Climate justice, again, looks at the practices of the people and the communities at the local level and says we have to build from what is practical. Elevate the practices that are working at the community level, such as what we get through local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and build real solutions instead of prioritizing market-based approaches that are more about profit and at times not necessarily about change and transformation at the local level. So how do we play this? In the Global South, we demand justice, all right? And this is our right, that we have an opportunity through the climate justice discourse to do something I'm saying here. I don't know how you point. Okay, I don't know how that thing comes. Determine our own destinies. And why am I putting this here? I told you we are transitioning, all right? So where are we going as the Global South in this transition? Where is this future? Where are we ending at as developing countries, as Africa, in this transition? So we have a right to determine our own future. And this is not in the absence of us holding to account the Global North. The Global North, as I put it rightly here, has got what we call a climate debt. They put emissions into the atmosphere. We are suffering the consequences now, and they owe us. And mark my words, please. This is about what touches the heart. Climate action would be about diplomacy, etc. But climate justice is not about diplomacy. Climate justice is about dealing with the political hindrances for us to deliver what is our own fair share within the continent of Africa and what we deserve, because we never caused the problem in the first place. So what do we say? Climate debt, and the South should demand a fair share of contribution from the Global North. Within those realms, the developed countries must enhance their emission ambition. The targets in the NDCs must be extremely high. We can play a part, yes, but they have a larger part to play. And we cannot go down on the rules of engagement. All right? And then what we are saying is we need to have, in the construction of the new model of work, which is the low carbon climate resilient development economy, a joint, fair and balanced approach to building that reality. Why am I saying this? Because at the moment, and I'll be very honest, Global North companies are situating themselves to make a business case to engage in climate. And while we are struggling to meet our adaptation costs, they're already providing solutions in the name of XYZ within market-based approaches. They are also determining how the new realm of development will look like. There will be a time when we cannot export flowers, for example, from Kenya due to high emission levels to the EU. That's a new market economy model right there. The rules of engagement are shifting. And the people who are best placed to take advantage of this are people with the money, the power, and the control. So where do we really stand as a continent? Can we shape our own narrative? Can we build our own terms of engagement? What does it mean? And that's why I'm insisting that there should be a joint, fair, and balanced strategy in thinking or rethinking our current economic model that is intensive and extractive. Lastly, I have said about this, I've said about capitalism, I have mentioned it. So, I don't know whether you can see this. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so what are the linkages? Let's give it a try. Eh? I will send you this presentation, so don't worry. I know I'll give it to the organizers, to Pakja. Pakja will send it to all of you. So what are the linkages? I mean, if you think about it, climate justice arrived in the international sphere to get to present a new approach that would tackle the political dynamics at the multilateral level. And this approach is what we call climate justice. And it emanated from environmental NGOs due to the dissatisfaction by governments in the 1970s, 1980s. They introduced 1990s as well. They introduced a concept around which we can rally behind as an important approach to handling the struggle for climate action in a just and fair way. So there's something I would want to take your attention to. There's this thing we call Cochabamba People's Agreement. Cochabamba, you know, that's a word and a half. So if you think about where we were as a planet, so this People's Summit brought people together in 2010 to rethink where we want to be as a global community. And it outlines different issues. Example, extraction, consumerism, production patterns that are not sustainable, and then says and agrees to do something. It redefined the rights of people and planet and says that our engagement, therefore, is that where we draw a line between people and planet and create a balance in terms of how we develop. So, a linkage between SDGs and climate justice must have in it first, firmly rooted, that we have to generate what we're calling public-driven solutions. And by public-driven solutions, I'm talking about solutions that think about the public good. Not the market benefit for a few, but the public good first. Number two, I posit that climate justice presents us an opportunity to tackle the dual crisis of the global economic crisis and also the climate change crisis. So if you think about climate justice, you can actually respond to the global economic crisis, talking about new models of economic transformation, growth, and then thinking about the climate crisis itself. Again, what I insist on is that the linkage cannot be drawn outside the realm of justice, fairness, and equity in generating climate action interventions and in thinking about the next economic model. And then lastly, but not the least, the linkage, to be honest, will be drawn by understanding that the struggles of the people should be about the dignity of the people and the dignity of the planet. And that's what I'm saying. And importantly, how do we generate solutions that change how we perceive nature, how we perceive our response to climate change impacts? I did not go to the details of this because this is where exactly I wanted us to go to. I've attempted to build the key, well, more of a framing for the interlinkages. So what we go to lastly is this exercise. You remember I asked you whether you can see climate change in everything. And you said climate change is in everything. And so what I want us to do, and probably I need guidance. Okay, before we go here, is there any question? Is that the right model? I ask questions and then... Okay, so is there any question or comment? And then we go to now this. I can see so many. There are quite a number.
So we're going to take questions quickly as he notes them. If he's able to respond as we move quickly. Okay, the first three hands. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
I'm Melissa. You talked about the North owing us as the Global South. And you are saying that the Global South is only emitting 4% of emissions. So my question is, we as the Global South, we have all the resources, we have coal, we have everything. Can't we capacitate ourselves so that we can also improve our economies, just like what the North did? Because from all the COPs that has been happening before, we keep on saying that they owe us, but they are not paying, saying, for example, the 100 billion that they promised, they are not meeting up to their promises. So what is it that we can do as Africa to capacitate ourselves so that we don't keep on saying, you owe us, you global, not you owe us? Because it's more like we are demanding them, and return they didn't do anything. They also did the same. We can just do the same. Can't we just do the same, like improving our economies so that we don't go and beg them? Thank you.
Yes, there are a couple of questions. There are a couple of questions. If you can pass the mic, please, to the colleagues there.
Okay, merci. French. Yeah. Ok, merci. En fait, tout à l'heure, le présentateur disait, quand on parle de la question de justice climatique, on ne doit pas parler de la diplomatie, que c'est parce que c'est eux qui ont pollué, ils nous doivent. Je suis d'accord. Mais quand nous venons sur la scène internationale, nous voyons comment les pays africains peinent vraiment à s'insérer, à pouvoir donner de la voix, des voix qui vont vraiment compter. Donc j'aimerais savoir si vraiment on peut parler de justice climatique aujourd'hui sans passer par la diplomatie. Merci.
On continue toujours avec le français. Donc, gardez vos masques. Pardon, vos casques. Bon, moi, ma question, c'est, je veux comprendre. C'est depuis 1972 à Stockholm que la notion de développement durable a été définie dans le rapport Brundtland. Mais ce que je ne comprends pas, pourquoi depuis 1972, on a attendu des années jusqu'en 2015 avant de définir ce que c'est que le développement durable, ses objectifs et ses cibles. Alors, je veux comprendre pourquoi cette léthargie. Est-ce que à l'époque, les Nations Unies n'ont pas vu l'importance du développement durable, ou bien tous les pays n'étaient pas unanimes pour prôner ce développement? Donc, en fait, je veux comprendre pourquoi on est arrivé à cette étape.
Thank you very much. The last two.
And thank you so much. And do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. And sustainable development goals, when you are talking goal number 1 and 2, end poverty and zero hunger. At the side of Millennium Development Goals, there is some goal number 1 is just like eradicate poverty and hunger. I wanted to talk about if we say we want to end poverty, and we don't have any job, we are all unemployment. How can we just get like this? I wanted to say just like in sustainable development goals, goal number 1 is just to make like eradicate unemployment. So if we have a job, we have no poverty. We don't need to end poverty, but if before we get a job, we can become an end poverty. So the first goal will be unemployment or eradicate unemployment. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that comment. I had one more slot, one more space for one person. Can we get a lady? Is there a lady who wants to ask before? Okay, then the gent can go, it's okay, because we've had quite some questions from...
Allô, bonsoir. C'est Keita Chekna du Mali. Ma question est toujours relative aux ODD. Est-ce qu'il y a eu des évaluations par rapport aux acquis des ODD? Si oui, est-ce que vous pouvez nous donner des idées par rapport aux évaluations faites aux ODD? Merci.
Great, thanks a lot. Let me start with the last comment, the last question. So 2023, we're in 2022. So we are planning, well, the world is planning for a midway evaluation of the SDGs next year. It will be a technical process, it will be also a political process. So we might want to, in our own countries, if we can, connect with the ministries that are in charge of economic development. For example, the SDGs in Kenya lie within the purview of the National Planning Ministry. So I don't know which one it is, Devolution and Planning. So if you check in your country, you can check, just look which ministry it is, because there's also what we call the voluntary national reporting process of the SDG that every country is allowed to participate in. We have them, if I am not wrong, every 2 years. If I'm not wrong, it could be 1, 2, I might be confused. And that allows stakeholders, including civil society organizations, to say what they are doing on SDGs, on achieving the SDGs. And then it culminates into a high-level political forum where the voluntary reports get to be appreciated. So I think next year would be more about putting together all those voluntary national reports and then get to check how far are we as a global community, all right? Great. Secondly, to the question on the end poverty and how can we end poverty when we are unemployed? I will tell you this, it is impossible, all right? It is impossible to end poverty when you don't have a means of living, when you don't have a livelihood. How do you even end poverty? So a livelihood here could be employment, formal employment, or it could be informal employment. So the challenge we have, to be honest, in this continent is that the burgeoning youth population is coming out with some good level of skills and innovation, but we are not finding structures, systems, processes to allow a young person get to a level where they can develop and upscale their ideas and innovation, and then creating a market system for that. So that means then that we have to get back and check what SDGs on governance, governance and institutions, which SDGs are? 16, exactly. So we have to go back and check SDG 16 in the context of African governance processes. Are we living up to those? Because the role of government, to be honest, is to create space for people to thrive. So if we are not having the space created by our governments for us to thrive as young people, for us to get jobs, for us to get our business ideas nurtured and translated into meaningful business opportunities that also employ other young people, then we are lost. Let me connect that to the question that was asked about the multilateral process, which is, we had the MD, what do we have them? The ones before SDGs. MDGs, right there? Yes, so we had the MDGs. The first goal is the same as the one in the SDGs. Now, let's appreciate one thing. I'm not defending the global community. I come from a very small village, so I cannot defend the global community. But these goals are aspirational. They are aspirational in nature. They give us a vision, a dream of where we would want to land as a global community at the end of the day. And they give us what we call a global benchmark on what exactly we would count zero hunger as or no poverty as. That's where we are. And mark you, my statement next, we will have another thing after the SDGs. Probably it will be MSDGs or something else. So the global multilateral process has a role to play in terms of advancing a narrative that is co-owned by countries and shared by the people of the world, which is tied fully on dignified living. And that is what the UN will be doing and the governments will be doing. The question I think in the room should be, so what exactly are we getting from this aspirational agenda? And how are we performing as people from the global south within the context of these aspirational agendas? If we cannot see ourselves in them, then we ask a fundamental question: why is it that we are not attaining or making progress towards attaining zero hunger in my country, in my society, in my community? And in the middle of that question, you will find the nexus between structures, power, politics, and the society. And then who comes in to fight those struggles in there? Would that be you? And would you be known for that as a person who is living for and advancing sustainable development goals or climate justice? So we have to appreciate that our governments, and largely, not all of them probably, but as much as we want to, we are making progress, we are still quite far. And if we get the question of governance and leadership right, then you can be able to talk about equity, equality, and leaving no one behind. So climate justice is sending us to that space. There's this question that came in on amplifying people's voice. Can we do climate justice without diplomacy? What I would say is climate justice goes outside the boundaries of diplomacy. In the multilateral system, diplomacy is the key, all right? Countries talk as countries. And when countries are engaging, foreign policy comes into play. And diplomacy is at the center of foreign policy. So there are things that a country cannot say as they would want to say it. And sadly, they may not put it across. But climate justice as a concept comes in to unlock these diplomatic political boundaries by pointing us to what is morally correct or right, what is just, what is fair, and what is equitable. And it is within that purview that you can actually pursue litigation. You can actually pursue activism, hard on-ground activism, because you're fighting for a cause. Diplomacy will limit you. You cannot fight for a cause in diplomacy. It's difficult because it's a power game. It's a control game. It's a game of cards, just to say it, where power and control are dominant. So that's my response, and we can talk about it further. Also noting I've been engaged in diplomacy, and there are things I can't say when I'm negotiating, for example, climate finance for Kenya. But when I come on the streets of these corridors and climate justice catches up with me, my friend, I can say a lot. And that for me is a living experience and an example of what I'm just trying to say. Lastly, so the Global South has resources. Now, let's go back to our history as Africa and the history of colonialism and what happened to us during colonialism. And just to put it here, that climate justice is a concept that allows us get into a reality where we can actually talk about climate colonialism and emissions colonialism, because it's also there, all right? And you can look through some of the pieces done on climate colonialism, because then you might want to check it. But let's think about it. We have sovereignty of our resources as a community, as the African community, as the Africa society. We have sovereignty of our resources. The thing is, what determines how we use them, what determines the way we will benefit from them, is largely what I call terms of engagement. And these terms of engagement are drawn at a global process, through the multilateral process, at the regional level, at a national level. Can we run away from the fact that we have to act on climate? Absolutely not. Have we subscribed to acting on climate at a global level as an African continent? We have. Many countries have got the nationally determined contributions of the Paris Agreement. But the question then comes, what is it that is at risk? What do we risk losing and what do we risk gaining? And this is a question of leadership. And this is where political leadership is important, because while every government has got a right to safeguard its own people against climate impacts and respond to their climate change needs, there are things that our governments also have a right to, such as our natural resources, all right? But how we make use of the natural resources is not the same way we would make use of them 20 years ago, because the global system is saying something. So then what do? We have to be smart in how we organize our natural resources to tap into them while not losing the benefit that would accrue, and get that smartness launch us into a new model of economic growth and pathway. What that means is something we can talk about. But that for me is the reality, that we cannot afford not to talk about a transition. Why? The market system already is talking about a transition. If you think about the billions of dollars being pumped into renewable energy at the moment, if you think about the losses in the fossil fuel industry in terms of the oil prices, if you also think about the amount of systems and infrastructure we are trying to lay down for a new, quotes in quotes, low greenhouse gases climate resilient development, it's immense. So our thinking of how we avoid stranded assets now is what we must deepen. So yes, absolutely. But as much as we have control of our natural resources, the terms of engagement determine how we can use them. And that is where leadership becomes important. We need political foresight. We need leaders who think about young people, not in the now only, but from the past challenges, the present realities, and the future benefits that young people need to enjoy. Let me stop at that for now.
The support team, some music for us. Sorry. Thank you. That music has come a little bit late, but we appreciate. So quickly, I'm advised from our presenter that we want to get quickly to form our groups, we discuss, and present back in a shortest time possible. I'm told you are youth, and we're going to do it very quickly. As we usually do it, our method remains the same. We're going to have 10 groups and one online group. So we're going to take numbers 1 to 10 as we usually do it. So kindly, I want to get the support team to help us, or I can do it quickly, yeah? So we're going to take numbers 1, 2, 3 to 10, and then we start 1 to 10. We shall have formed 10 groups at the end of the day. Quickly. We start here. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I hope you're taking your numbers. Did you master your numbers? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. So I hope you took your numbers keenly. So all the number ones will make group 1, all number 2s, group 2s, group 8, group 10, all 10 groups formed. So let us get instructions from our presenter. And the online team, they're all going to make one group. So we're going to get the instructions clearly from the presenter. Then we are going to move out. We're going to remain with 2 groups, 4 groups here, 6. Then 4 will move up. Group 1 to 6 will remain here. Group 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10 will go up there. Kindly let's get instructions.
Hi again. Hello. So, this is for your benefit. Let me just put it out there this way. This is for your benefit, for you to get to be able to contextualize what we just talked about. We've said a lot of things, right? A lot of things have come out, but this is just for you to make it practical. What we are going to do is we categorize the SDGs. I was given a small phone. I don't know where I put it. We categorize the SDGs. We categorize the SDGs here. Not there. Here. You remember this? So, group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will take in the same order these SDGs in this category. So group 1 does people. Group 2 does planet. All right? Group 3 does prosperity. Group 4 does peace. Group 5 does partnerships. Are we together? Then group 6 again goes up, does people, 7 planet, 8 prosperity, 9 peace, and 10 partnership. Are we okay? Great. So what you're going to do in your groups is something so simple. Google, because I asked you to Google, now I hope you will Google. Under SDG, under people, for example, there are SDGs in there. And I will leave the slide on those categorizations up here. So check, just read and converse and talk. Ask the question, how is climate change playing out in this SDG? As simple as that. Don't write paragraphs. Just put a note. You can put notes, simple points. Importantly, converse. Now, this is the most critical part. Converse amongst each other and ask, what climate justice framing can I pull from these climate change issues in these SDGs? Are we together? So you're taking 2 notes. Points on climate change in that SDGs, in those SDGs, and then number 2, how climate justice as a concept comes out. So you could, for example, say climate change increases hunger. That's right, isn't it? Now, the justice issue there is that XYZ, I don't want to give you, XYZ happens. And now you can talk within your groups to form what I'm calling a very simple line or statement of how climate justice is playing out in the SDG. Are we together? All of this information will be sent to our colleagues in Pakja. I don't know what the name is, and also to all of it will be made shareable at the end of the day, put in one document to the moderator. Yeah, he's okay. It will be sent to the moderator, and all of those things will be something you're walking out of the summer school with that will enrich your engagement when you go back and start influencing within your circle and sphere of influence. There's nothing as important as a framing. Mark my words, a framing of an issue within your context. And this is the whole Africa here. So this will be the output of this session. Great, I think I've given the instructions. So I'm taking you back to the slide of categorization, but you can get this thing also online somewhere. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I hope we got the questions right. We got our groups right. Now we are going to break to our groups quickly, and I'm told we are only going to take 25 to 30 minutes American time, not African time. If it is 30 minutes, it is 30 minutes. So we'll start getting back to the room after 25 minutes. We're going to have a quick presentation as we did on the previous one, 3 minutes each. We're going to be timed so that we finish our program earlier. The floor is open. We move to our various groups. Group 1 to 6, you remain here. Group 6 to 10, 7 to 10, you go up. 1, 2, you'll be here. 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the other groups up. Kindly, let's chase on time. Kindly join your groups quickly. Kindly join your groups quickly. I want to hope these are two groups here. Group one, is that group two? Kindly group two move a little behind. Group two move a little behind. get back to your seats. Get back to your seats. Stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up. Kindly finish up. Stand up, everyone. Stand up, stand up. Stand up, everyone. American time, not African time, please. Stand up, stand up. Stand up. Kindly get instructions clearly. Stand up. Where you've reached, share your presentation, please. Stand up. Group one, stand up, please. Stop it there. Stop it up, stop, stand up. We need you up. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Leave it there. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Kindly take your positions, kindly take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. The groups have been disbanded. The groups have been disbanded. Take up your seats. Group one, group one, group one, group one. You're going to be projected on the wall. Kindly, kindly. No, no, no. Stop it there. Stop it there. In the interest of time, kindly wind up. Someone tell the other members from the upper floor to join us. Secure your seats, please. If you're standing, please sit. I want to hope that the online group is ready. I quickly want to move to the next session. Because of the interest of time, wind up. Kindly get this clearly. Kindly get this clearly. If you're still in a group, you're going to be penalized. If you are still in a group, you're going to be penalized. So kindly disband the groups. Someone help me get the other members from the upper floor. That group behind there, the group behind there, the group at that point, you're not going to make your presentation. That group there, you're not going to make your presentation, please. Because you've not disbanded your group, you're not going to make your presentation. If you're still standing as a group, you're not going to make your presentation. I want to hope that all members have joined us back. Check on your neighbors. Are they there? Is your neighbor there? I want to hope that now we finished our work. Group 1. The representative of Group 1, where are you? Raise up your hand. Group 1. Representative of Group 1. Who is the representative of Group 1? Group 1, we're sorry for you. Kindly send your presentation. You're not going to make your presentation. Group 2. Group 2. Group 2, you are not ready. Send your presentation. You're not going to make your presentation. Group 3. Group 3. Group 3. Group 3 is not ready. Kindly send your presentation to that group, to that email. I'm sorry, you're not going to make your presentation. Group 4. Group 4. Send your presentation to that group, to that email. Group 5. Group 5. Send your presentation quickly. Group 6. Group 6. Group 6, you are disbanded. Don't even send your assignment. Group 7. Group 7. Kindly send your presentation to this email. Group 8. Send your presentation. Group 9. Group 9 are ready. Kindly send your presentation. Group 10. Send your presentation. And the other group that came together, the group of the Francophones, are you ready? So kindly send your presentation to that email. Are we ready? Let's get support from the online team. Let them send their presentations. I want to confirm that all your presentations have been sent. Then we start our group discussions. Have you sent? Have you sent? Okay, thank you, thank you. I want to echo back the interest that I received from a great friend of mine and told me, time is money, but I've never got to know what's the price of 10 p.m. I've never known what the price of 4:30 p.m. could take us. If you look at your watches, it is 4:30 p.m. In a special way, I want to take only 3 comments. And we want to request that we are not going to have our presentation today. They have been moved to a further notice so that we can continue with the negotiations at our WhatsApp group. Are we together? So kindly, where you reached, I want to hope that you sent your presentations to that email. Are we together? Secondly, I want only 2 people, a lady and a gentleman, and someone from online to give us a review of how the process was, and then we finish. We welcome our presenter to wind up. Okay? Are we together? Only 2. Very quick responses. A lady and a gentleman. I'm an African, a leader to be. If there is no any comment, I leave it. The online group? Or you want to do? Okay. We've got a gentleman, a lady. A lady, please. A lady? Ladies today are marginalized. Any comment from online? Okay, no. We're going to get only one review from our brother, talk about how the process was, and then we will have a wind up from our presenter of the day. Our brother, the floor is yours, and be quick.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elvis Kadama from Uganda. According to what I've seen this evening, we are really innovators, and we are passionate about climate change. the brains we've used this evening to come up with the SDGs and how they are interconnected with climate change, or SDG 13. It shows that we are focused, we know what to do, and once we are back in our countries, we are really going to do what is needed of us. So what I can say is that we continue with that, with the efforts we've showed this evening, and it shouldn't end here in this simple exercise we have had, but we continue to exercise it. Even when we are back, we can use the same process with the teammates, with the classmates at the village level, so that we can really do something good for our communities. Thank you very much.
That was a quick one, brother. Thank you from Uganda, the most aggressive guys. If we were to award and give certificates or give a reward, we could have given our brother from Uganda. Uganda takes the day. And equally, if we could reward our online participants, who could we reward? I want to hear it from you. Simpilo. Someone tell Simpilo we recognize him for being an aggressive online participant. So in a special way, allow me now invite our presenter of the day to wind up in a remark of 1 or 2 minutes, and then we get for our tea break as we end our day.
Hello, everybody again. Hello. Hello. Great. Can I get a minute of your attention, please? Thank you. How was the exercise? I encourage chorus answers. How was it? Interactive? Good? Super? Now you're giving me very serious adjectives, like marvelous. But did it serve the purpose? Do you feel like you're more challenged to want to think deeply? Yes. Great. I appreciate that response and feedback. And this is just, or rather, this was actually just a scene setter. You can do a lot much more if you give yourself time to really think through some of these things and find the linkage, and importantly, amplify them within your context. That is what matters. There's a lot of development language out here. There's a lot of political language, social language, NGO language as well. What is important and what sets you apart is your context, how you understand and how you're rooted in your context, and what exactly needs to happen within that context. So with those few remarks, I'm happy, I'm glad I was able to come back after Monday last week to have this session with all of you. All the best. May you be SDG champions, may you be climate justice champions, and may you be genuine and true change makers and agents out there. I think a round of applause to all of you. I think you deserve a clap for, is that how you clap for yourselves? Okay, so which clap do you use? This one or this one? Or this one? Can we try this? All right, in my lead, on my lead, let's do this. A clap for yourselves, and then flowers for your own selves. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, presenter of the day. It is now time that we've come to the end of the day. Thank you all for participating into today's discussions. And equally, thank you for your patience. We want to allow you now get to your resting time. Tea is ready. And thank you for the day.